though. I ain't high, but I still got high hopes. The good vibes never show up on time though. So I'm singing like Mariah with the high notes. So fly though, catch me in the sky. Everybody gotta ask me for a ride. Strapped like the thing that you keep on the side at a wedding as a guest might leave with the bride. So sick like Neo was. I fly in and say shit like a hero does. You got L's and your team got 0 dubs. I put y'all behind bars like a CO would, yup. I survived the flood and found strength somehow to get out the mud. So your little accolade don't count to us. Anything that you try won't amount to us, yeah. No pressure though, flow extra cold. I've been doing well eating my vegetables. And it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional. Yeah, and it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional. Yup. I supply what's demanded. I find peace, then expand it. Peep, I ain't average. Can't be from this planet, but I bleed through the bandage. Weak, but I'm avid. Go to sleep with the baddest. On my feet, something drastic. Weave to the basket. Couple G's and I'm laughing. For the cheese, I'm a magnet. Deep the advantage. I'm like so far ahead now. I got butter for the bread now. Chilling on a big cloud. And I won't come down, cause this is where I love and I live now. Get what you give out. Had to burn another bridge down. It just is what it is now. Life in a bitch, no. It's a curse and a gift though. It should be that simple, yeah. No pressure though, flow extra cold. I've been doing well eating my vegetables. And it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional. Yeah, and it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional.
can stop it. Our love ain't fine, and I am burning. There is no line if you are far from me. What can I do if I don't see you again? I'm not crazy, I am just as scared. So baby, please don't go, 'cause I will miss, yeah. You shake my mind, you burn my heart, you stay
Don't you think we're done? Don't you think we're done? Don't you think we're done? Knew that it was true from the way you looked at me. Don't know what to do, what to say to make you leave with me. Make me feel alive. Take my hand and run, let me be the one. Let's just take the dive. Night's only begun, don't you think we're done? Don't you think we're done? Don't you think we're done?
Is it better than it was before? She's a dark, dirty girl in a world that tells her just how she should live. It's so easy to ignore. Push the limit just a little more. She would die for the chance just to change it, but she's got no more to give. When the lights go down, it becomes the very moment she can see that there's no easy way out of the place that she never really wanted to be. It's that one last kiss. Don't try to save your innocence. One last kiss, sealing all your empty promises. Over and over again. Over and over again. Lying face down on the floor, there's a dim light at the bottom of the door. Won't you just fall back on the darkness? It's calling your name. As the days run into the nights, never mind now, ain't that 'cause everything's alright? So alone and heartless, tell me who's to blame. When the lights go down, it becomes the very moment she can see that there's no easy way out of the place that you never really wanted to be. It's that one last kiss. Don't try to save your innocence. One last kiss, sealing all your empty promises. Over and over again. Over and over again. And if only you could let it go. Don't you wanna, but you'll never know. And now you're falling with your concrete soul. Go on and tell me that you're in control. It's that one last kiss. Don't try to save your innocence. One last kiss, sealing all your empty promises. Over and over again. Over and over again. If only, if only.
I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world
no point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I give you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Hello to the people. We're finally live here for TPL. I'm Uncooked. I'm joined by Sticks, and we're only a little bit late, about that much late, teeny tiny bit. it's been it's been a long time. We've got Hong Kong Rebels versus Silly Cat Team. I don't even know how long we have for this intro because I think we have a few minutes. Cool. That's nice. Yeah. Should we just very quickly look at the maps? I think we should do that. I
Let's
can't
have a
actually
look.
remember where what the veto is. No, we have it here. Oh boy, what a fun map pool that is.
Yeah, it's pretty boring.
Yeah. We waited 35 minutes for this.
Chalet Oregon Clubhouse. Chalet is the most fun
Woo!
map. The whole start. I mean,
Yeah.
Oregon's cool too, but Clubhouse has played more than really anything.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty cool. Just to look at these teams and how we got here. Hong Kong Rebels, they had a 7-1 victory to start off their group against PXG, who are now Gravity Goobers, and then they won against Julio's Disciples 7-3, 7-3. Skyscraper in Oregon to make it to the playoffs. That is this team. They're pretty good, I guess you could say. They're one of the invited teams. And
yeah, I'm not sure who invited them. They probably shouldn't be here. Just kidding. I'm glad they're here. Glad they're playing today. Let's move on to the next team.
Yeah, that team being Silly Cat Team from Group D. They started off with a loss against Somali Pirates on Oregon, but then a 2-0 win against Ember, and then a 2-1 win against Somali Pirates, because obviously of that GSL group system, means that they come through as the second seed from Group D.
Well, that's pretty cool. We
Good
got
enough.
Silly Cat Team rocking. Enough about the teams, though. Let's get started with the matches
Yeah.
here.
We'll jump into the game. Heading to the French Alps in Chalet. What an exciting time for an exciting map, and this is so cool. I love Ubisoft servers.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know why we're running late, Ubisoft servers were down.
Yeah.
Probably for about half an hour. They are still sucking right now. I'm absolutely surprised that we got all these people in here to begin with, but we are here, we are rocking, and a Ying ban off the bat is quite the ban there from HK Rebels. I'm not sure if they think that Silly Cat Team is going to be playing Ying. Maybe that's a target ban. That alt chat's going a little crazy there as well.
God love it.
They're a talkative team.
Yeah. Dokkaebi being taken off the board as well. Those calls can be very helpful to actually deal with defenders, roamers as well. Just being aware of the positions of everyone, obviously, with those sounds going out, and hacking those default cams as well. So, yeah, good utility to take off the board, but it does leave Thatcher open. It leaves Flores open as well, and possibly even a Bravo we might see.
Yeah, it seems like they might have a lot of util being taken off the board there. Or I'm sorry, being left on the board there. Taking Dokkaebi off, taking Ying off is more targeted than anything. I think they're more niche operators. The Valk ban's fairly common, and the Mirror ban is fairly common as well. So, as far as the bans goes, for the attacker-sided bans, definitely very niche, but the defender-sided bans are very common.
Yeah, there's not really much to say about the defenders other than they're rather common. We see them quite a lot. I'm just going to look at the overall statistics. Something that I maybe would have expected to see would be a Solace ban.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
she's been banned nearly 2/3 of the time in TPL Season 6 so far, whereas it's still about 1/3 of the time for both Valkyrie and Mira. That's going to be their 10th ban now each, which is pretty cool, I guess. Nice round number.
Reinforcing off the second wall there by half wall, but leaving... Wow, that's quite the setup that they have going on there. They have head holes along the wall into Mez, but they've reinforced both walls into jungle. Looks like they're going to be playing a shield out there as well. Maybe not playing piano as heavily and focusing more as playing jungle with 2 ADSs going down there as well. Seems like it is going to be a fairly roam heavy, maybe? No, it looks like they're going to actually head back to the site. Mute there playing downstairs in bar. He may stay there, he may roam around, I'm not sure, but the mute roam is definitely something a little different. Do see Solus also being played down there in kitchen, but it looks like Sophia's going to be droning through trophy. Might see the Solus. We're yet to see whether or not he's going to try to take this gunfight or not. It looks like he will back off into kitchen instead.
However, it is Teddy that takes a lot of that early damage, deals a lot of it in return to Burnt Turkey. And the C4, I think that's from Rai. Yeah, it is indeed. Oh, it's a Frost Mat that comes through, actually. Impact Grenade doesn't collect on the kill. That second one will do it, though. Salmon Boots going down. It's now early advantage gained for the Hong Kong Rebels, as they sit with this player advantage. Silly Cat team just gonna have to maybe change tactic a little bit here inside of this round.
They definitely might. You know, early man advantage there is taken down. That's their entry there on Ashe, though they do have 2 other entry-esque players, if you will. Sophia could go either way, but Yana is definitely an entry through and through. You have that player sitting there on big window, though Frost does seem to have a solid angle there. This big window player doesn't really have a lot that they're able to do right now. Frost taking those shots right there, as well as Burnt Turkey taking the shots there on Scoob. That's going to bring it all the way down to a 5v3, and there's no chance really of bringing this back right now. Both players are going to be out on K9 Dock. They got to do something here. Let's see what they do.
Yeah, Needles and Zadolf have to try and salvage this for Silly Cat team, but I just don't think it'll happen. Defenders aren't necessarily aware of this position on the Fluke balcony. But that's unfortunate. Their team kill comes through. Nade goes out, does collect onto Burnt Turkey. But they just don't know the position. That's Vapoa, who claims the first round for their team. HKR start things off with a pretty convincing round win. That's good momentum, and, you know, coming in as this top seed from their group, it might be expected, but it's still good to see.
Definitely a good first round there. Again, all chat going crazy there. Might be something we want to turn off eventually, but for the time being, we'll leave it. We can see the Grimbout coming out being played here, as well as the Warden and the Solus being played. Nothing really new there, but the Grim play, we're going to see what he does. He could still switch off during the prep phase, obviously, but maybe he's got some sort of idea there.
Yeah, Scoob might have something up the sleeve for sure.
Something funky, but I've never really seen that up played in ranked, let alone in comp.
I mean, we did hear
missing a lot of shots there onto that drone as well. Decides to shoot the China instead. Beautiful.
Yeah, obviously the Grim might be a little bit of a troll pick. We did see in the chat saying, "Oh, well, we lost. We need to get this done quickly." But I'm hoping that's more just a bit of banter than actual throwing. But we'll see. We'll see. It looks like Scoob has stuck the Grim though, so we will see those Cullen launchers in action. It looks like it's very quick. Teddy just bursting straight in. The Capcan traps being shot out on the door. But I don't know if HKR are ready for this. Okay, Vapoa has rotated round to blue. Jetcon does have the lock off as well. Takes away the drone. But now that the Ashe charges come through, that's going to be that shield taken away. That's that position now lost by the pillar, going to make it a lot more difficult, as now the nades come through as well. The Cowan Hive Launcher getting things done, spotting out the defender's position, because it's Teddy to find the first. Jetcon in a tricky situation, taken out, but Burnt Turkey and Vapoa find one apiece. It's now a technical 3 versus 3 as we find one down. The SMG-11 not going to connect, as it's just chaos all through the map, and it results in a 1 versus 2. Vapoa has to stay alive for their team. Spots the player prone, gets it down onto Scoob, but they just don't know where Zadolf might be playing. Is it where the position shotgun comes through? HKR with round number 2 on the board, and that's a clutch for Vapoa to get things going on Chalet.
Definitely a great comeback there by that blue player there, Vapoa, making some very needed shots there, connecting well. You know, that SMG-11 can be either really good or really bad. I don't think I've ever seen a mid SMG-11 player. You really only got the great or the horrible players. And some people just don't know how to pull down. Vapoa does, though. It definitely connects there with that SMG-11, and I think that's a great, great round by him, and that's going to make it 2-0 in favor of HK Rebel.
Yeah, perfectly played there in that situation as well, making sure that they're only really exposed to one angle. And in the end,
spot to play too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Cool, calm, and collected under the pressure. And yeah, HKR with 2 rounds on the board. Silly Cat team maybe feeling like that they probably had that one in the bag, but just not to be. So they have to try and recollect and get a better go of things here. On this round number 3, HK are going to be defending the kitchen and dining room. Site bar and gaming is going to be untouched for now by the defenders. And we're seeing a lot of vertical control coming through from the defense. Obviously, if the attack get control of that, they can control the entire bomb site, and it becomes almost impossible to actually defend, and it becomes pretty much a done deal for the attack. So that's probably going to be the main focus, but they need to be aware that people like Jackon are just still going to be able to get kills.
Stayed off there with another early pick onto Vapoa. It does make it an even 4v4 there. Sam here taking some shots into the trophy player, though it doesn't seem like the trophy player wants any part of that. Doug is moving around, maybe taking some shots. We do have the Maestro taking down Hancho. It's a great kill there by JetCon. Another kill there by Doug onto Sam. That eliminates the trophy threat. We only have a mezzanine player now, as well as Zadolf pushing up. Gets, oh wow, that is a great shot there by Doug. Last person there is going to be Needles. We're going to see the defense doesn't really know where he is. That's because he's outside. Needles may actually kill himself here with a nade. I'm not sure. No, he's going to go through there with the drone hole nade, trying to get a pick, trying to make it a little easier to come back to, but I'm not sure that he's going to have much of a chance here with that trophy player. He is going to get a couple shots off. He is getting hit from both sides there.
Wow.
Checkon will finish out the round. Needles going down, and that is just an unfortunate round there by Silly Cats again, making it 3-0 now in HK's favor.
Yeah, flawless start from HK. And that's what you want to see if you're a fan of theirs. But if you're favoring Silly Cat team, then something needs to happen here and now. Chalet, we've seen it played 6 times overall in the league, and well, actually, defenders have been favored 25 out of the 36 rounds. That's about 70% have actually gone to the defenders, which is a bit of a surprise. We tend to see the attack do quite well on this map. So, yeah, maybe some statistical anomalies there, but even still, with a 3-0 half, that's going to be sending HKR well on their way to a 5-1, maybe even a 6-0 half.
Absolutely. With, again, like we said earlier in chat, Silly Cat did point out that he or I'm sorry, that their team didn't really want to play this, or that they were in some sort of rush. So it's kind of unfortunate. We can see that they're maybe not playing as well as they should be right now. Maybe not playing like they want to win. They seem like they're just playing to play right now. But you know, HK is gonna get a lot of their strats going right now. They're much better put together team in my opinion than Silly Cat, and it kind of shows here. Again, the start of the round here is now in a 5-4 favor of HK. Up that three round, you know, advantage here is just huge. You're not really going to come
Yeah.
back from a 3-round advantage. Even if you come bring it back 3-3, you're still having to just get so much momentum to try to bring that back and win a lot of rounds there, and I don't think that's going to happen.
No, absolutely not. And especially with HK Rebels, you know, they have that discipline. They have been a team that we've seen in much bigger tournaments like SCS, and they've placed in the top 10 of those tournaments, which is, you know, certainly impressive, especially when you consider the amount of tier 1 teams that are in that sort of environment as well. And this experience is possibly showing Vapoa does not overheat, does not overface. However, Scoob does take out JetCon. And actually finds a second as well from this fluke door. Doug does answer back with a kill onto Zadov, but he might not be aware no Vapoa swings, takes that kill. But in the meantime, Sam has got themselves inside of the bathroom, finds one but can't find the second. Doug as well taking out Needles means it's a 4-0 lead for HKR. And they are just building that momentum.
They sure are. I mean, a 4-0 round. Starting defense, obviously, Chalet is generally considered a defensive map. I think that in general, most of the maps here and the game entirely is kind of a defensive-sided game. Though, obviously, Ubisoft coming out with new attackers, trying and flip that balance there. But, you know, I think Chalet especially is definitely defensive sided. I think that in general, you know, a 4-0 half though is definitely, I shouldn't say a half. A 4-0 start here is definitely a lot of momentum in their favor, and I think that this might close out pretty quickly.
Yeah, as an attack, the maximum, the minimum that you need really is 2 rounds. Once you get to that 5-1 split territory, that's when it starts to get a little bit worrisome when the sides switch. So, yeah, Silly Cat team definitely need these next 2 rounds if, you know, they have a decent chance at taking Chalet. Obviously, anything can happen. Crazy things have happened. But it's still just, you need that insurance policy, right? You need to have that sort of buffer zone, and the 2-round difference is the minimum that you can have without it being like scary.
Absolutely. I think, you know, a 4-2 round half in general is fine. We can see here that Silly Cat is going for a quick rush here. Nobody playing in the site. There's a kill on the JetCon. Everybody else is off site. They're going to get plant down here pretty quickly. This is just going to be chaos. I'm not even going to bother.
Okay, well, Doug and Vapoa make it just for Vapoa. Had to clutch up on this site before. Has to do it again, but not to be. SMG-11 Jewel comes out, and it's the Amaru that comes out on top. Teddy closing things out and gets Silly Cat team their first round. I mean, that...
If you're going to come back for a 4-2, this is the way that you're going to do it. I think they go for that again, to be honest.
Yeah, HKR, though, not going for the basement again. They realized Vapoa needed a 1v2 last time, was in a 1v4 this time. They go back to the kitchen and dining, where they won rather handedly. Amaru still being floated, Glaz as well. I mean, they honestly might stick this. From what I've seen of SCT, they absolutely might stick this.
I've given it about a 95% certain chance that they're gonna stick this.
Sorry, they didn't stick it. They brought a Sense along and a Grim.
Oh no.
Yeah, goodbye everyone.
I have nothing to say to this. Needle's obviously here on the glass. That's quite a pick for sure. The Grim pick again, can't say much on that one. The Sense pick, I mean, they're going to go for a rush here. There's no doubt about it. I
Yeah.
imagine though that they want to maybe drop down some smokes there, play the glass pretty heavily, though I'm not sure where they'd play it from without a hard breach. I guess since here bringing two hard breach devices, Amaru
Amaru.
also has them, so who knows? Maybe they're going to be going for some walls here, but I doubt it. We don't see any
Yeah.
EMPs being used. We don't see anything. I don't think they've gotten a wall this whole attacking half, in all honesty. So we can see here they are coming in there on big garage. Maybe they're going to walk up West Main Stairs. Amar is going to be going up Trophy Hatch
Of
here. We're going to
course.
see what he's going to be able to do. Sitting waiting for probably that call out. There's a drone going in there to Trophy. As soon as he hears that it's clear, he's going to head right up that hatch. We can see here the Grim is opening up Trophy window as well. It is going to be a pretty quick kill there
Wow.
on a Doug. Burnt Turkey with a return. And let's see, we're even 4-4 right now. This is going to go pretty quickly. Burnt Turkey with a kill on a Zay. Huncho gets that refrag. There is going to be a solar fight here with the player walking right back up solar stairs. We do see that we have two people upstairs at the moment watching into Trophy from some vert holes.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. Jetcon, though, does find a proning Scoob, which means it's still a 3 versus 2 player advantage for HK Rebels as this time, while it's not a problem yet, is starting to dwindle and might just force a hand of SCT. Needles has found their way inside of West Main, spots actually Jetcon, but not able to find it. The long angle from the Maestro, the Alda just goes brrr, and that is going to take down the Amaru, who's done so much. Needles finds one onto Vipoa, but in a 1 versus 3, now 1 versus 2, can't get it done. Rai closes it out, and there we go. There's that 5-1 split that we were possibly dreading for SCT, because now they head onto the defense. They're going to need 5 just to bring it to overtime.
Yep, definitely going to be a huge round deficit there for Silly Cat, though. Again, like I said earlier, a very defensive sided map, so we'll see what they can do here on defense. They may be playing pretty roam heavy considering how they're attacking. Obviously, I don't think that they're taking this game very seriously at the moment, unfortunately, but we're going to see what they can do here on defense, bringing out a pretty solid comp, I would say, minus the Oryx. Again, I'm expecting pretty roam heavy here. I imagine that Solus is going to be off site. I imagine Oryx will be off site, and I doubt that the Cade will stay for very long. Though maybe those three will stay on site. The Legion, Smoke, and Cade. We will see as soon as this round starts, I guess.
Yeah, for Rebels, it seems like a lot more of a standard approach of things. We do have a Yackle for that Yackle. We do have a Jackal for that roam clearance. Thatcher being brought along as well, just to try and open up those walls. And we've got Rai bringing along Thermite, possibly going to go for a northern side push, trying to go through Car Garage, trying to open up those wine cellar walls and through Boiler. Get the plant by the pillar, and if you have the vertical control from Kitchen as well, it's an almost indestructible post plant. You would need some real heroics from the defenders to actually claim that one back. But actually, it
Absolutely.
might be good to cross over more towards the south side. Right, over by this garage breach. Charge comes through the MP, and the thermite charge, it might get tricked though. Indeed, it does not. So that's breach opened. However, Vipoa did fall in the meantime, meaning Silly Cat team have that advantage.
Absolutely, and a quick kill there onto Vipoa, like you said, leaving them at a man disadvantage for the time being, though Rai will get the kill onto Needles there. That is also going to be another kill on a Solus with another refrag there onto Rai. It seems like we're in a 3v3 now. A lot of these kills coming out very quickly, hard to tell what's happening and who's dying. We can see here that the Legion is still playing upstairs off-site, though he may get roam cleared here with that drone and the Buck teaming up there, walking through jungle. Let's see what Legion can do here. Some shots being taken. At this point, he's just wasting time. We can see the impact does go down, but there is a player there in
Whoopsie.
bar. There is also going to be a smoke playing at the top of the main stairs. We're going to see here what happens if he can get a quick kill onto the Thatcher when he's not looking. Nope, he is going to get shot out there by Doug. A great kill there with Cade coming up. Instead of playing in sight, it looks like he is playing aggressive, trying to go for a pick here. HK does not have the diffuser at the time. But it looks like Cade is going to be going up, sees that the drone does see him, and is going to run back down, though I think that they're coming down main. Yep, they are down main, and they're going to be taking some shots off onto the Cade. Nitro coming out, does get shot, and oh my gosh, Cade getting a kill off, but Burnt Turkey will end up killing Sam for the end of the round. We are now in a 6-1 half, and we're going into round 8.
Yeah, map point comes very quickly for the Rebels. Now SCT, if they want to win this map, they're going to need 5 rounds in a row. No room for error. No room for any sort of misstep or misjudgment. And they're going back down, this time with an even crazier lineup. We're seeing an Ella. We're seeing a Capcan. We're seeing Solis and Legion again, and we've got the Azami as well. This is truly just a play for frags sort of lineup. There's not much to do with objective play. We do have Solis who can get rid of some of those drones, but also she has a P90, so, you know. Ella as well, I mean, yeah, this is very much a sort of just frag out, have fun, see what happens sort of lineup. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Rebels might try and go for some sort of rush plant here. We've only got Scoob actually on the bomb site. Teddy sort of floating around there as well as Sam now coming back to join.
Absolutely. You know, choosing to go back downstairs after getting, in my opinion, absolutely just slandered down there
Yeah.
is definitely a choice for sure. It looks like they will be going for a backside wine cellar take here rather than going for the main snowmobile or snow garage take, whatever you want to call it. The backside take is generally the one that gets done more often than not, just because it is considered better 9 times out of 10. Though, you know, a front garage take can work definitely in your favor if you do it when you're kind of not expecting it. And that time they were not. We can see here that they are going to be opening up that wine cellar wall on both sides, actually. They will be getting both walls, both angles opened up. There is going to be an Azami playing there on pillar, playing close. A nade is going to come out. Thermite will go down to the Ella there. It's really just a frag fest at this point, like you said. That frag will connect there onto Sam. What a great frag there by Vapella, and great
Okay.
shots as well on the Scoob.
Vapoa's just in, takes out Scoob like you mentioned, and Jekon finds one. The EE1D scan from the Lion Burnt Turkey goes out. Flashbangs as well, just forcing the player back. Zadov now has to try and go for the swing, finds one, the cover's not there, finds Vapoa as well, but finds himself down. It's now Needles in a 1 versus 3, can't do it. HKR convincing Chalet here, as it was the Finker getting themselves up from downed. And there we have it. Swift victory. We're basically on schedule again. Despite finishing, well, despite starting even, you know what, 35 minutes late. That game took a grand total of about 25 minutes.
Yeah, I mean that's one of those things, man. Just one of those games where
Yeah.
that's gonna go by so quickly. I mean, like I said, I don't think Silly Cat was really trying much of that game. It didn't seem like they really wanted to play. Um, But I mean, HK at the same time, you know, these guys are very coordinated. It seems like they have their strats down, and they're just making a fool out of Silly Cat at the moment, or Silly Cat Team, if you will. Looks like Twitch chat was mad at me abbreviating Silly Cat Team, uh, but it is what it is. Here we are. I mean, we got one more map to go to. I believe we're going to Oregon. As far as maps being very common, Chalet, Oregon is just the top 2. I don't imagine that this game
Yeah.
will go to 3 maps, but we will see.
Yeah. So I think we're done here for map number 1. We're going to take a very quick break and we'll be back with you for some thrilling, exciting Oregon or Snoregon action. See you in a few.
I'm walking around in the circle of life, doing the things I know, walking the same ways 100 of times with the same soul. But do you ever try to path on the right side, put it up in your mind? But do you ever try to path on the left side, put it up in your mind? You run, try, roll your mind. 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 Seeing all the water rain fill your eyes, doing the things they know, talking about the same old stories they've heard about the people they think they know. But do you ever try to path on the right side, put it up in your mind? But do you ever try to path on the left side, put it up in your mind? It's gonna be hard. You run, try, roll your mind. You run, try, roll your mind. You run, try, roll your mind. You run, try.
Baby, it's whatever. All this ever about you long gone, it don't matter. Ride or die, that's been the deal. The light of your back, I disappear. But if you don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of it, I'm out of it. No man to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away, do you, the weight of you, of my shoulder. So done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away, do you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no man.
But welcome back, gentlemen. Sorry, I have to take my glasses off, my other pair of glasses. We're coming back here for map 2. Obviously, HK just absolutely slandered Silly Cat Team before the we went on break there, but we are back. And
Wow, that was wild.
yeah,
It was
definitely something different.
it was an interesting chalet. That's the most diplomatic response
Interesting
you
is a
can
strong
probably get.
word.
Yeah, when I say fine, it was a peculiar chalet.
It was a fast chalet
It
game,
was
is
a
what it
fast
was. It was
chalet.
25 minutes long.
Yeah, that's very quick for for a map of Siege, no matter what the score. So we're gonna go into the best map of all, Borrigan or Snorrigan or whatever you want to call it.
Slandergan. Let's do it.
Let's go.
We are starting it up, and once again, all chat is just going crazy to start the match. I think that they've typed more than they've played the game. I'm not gonna lie. It's clearly
More
all
chat
coming from
messages and kills,
Silly
not gonna
Cat.
lie.
Definitely that.
I hate that the one that made me laugh was poo fart. I'm gonna be honest. I'm very disappointed with myself.
Yeah, I think you need to get it together if poo fart was what made you drink. Or laugh, I should say.
Yeah, that's
Sorry, just
not
in the middle
not
of thinking about drinking. Once again, for those of you who don't know, my webcam is actually currently propped up on a bottle of Sailor Jerry that is almost finished. That's kind of the best prop you can get. The Ying band coming out as well as the Knock band. The bands don't even matter at this point. Is this match even
no,
really going to be interesting? I don't think it is.
probably not.
Needles in chat talking about lube. Sick.
Nice.
This is great.
We love it.
All
Wow,
chat
I'm
is something else, I
shocked.
tell you what.
I'm shocked. A mirror ban. This is crazy. Truly the most innovative I've ever seen. It's time to see what Silly Cat team will bring along.
You can
My
see
guess
here
is
that
going to
HK
be
Rebels pulls out the absolutely crazy mirror band and the insane
wow.
Azami band. It's nothing new.
No,
It's all the same. Nothing is
this
new.
is so cool. Well, we get to see some more interesting, in quotes, defensive compositions from Silly Cat team. So at least there's that, I suppose. Although this one seems a bit more standard than we saw in the first one, at least. Heading down to the basement then. I mean, what really can you say? It looks like Scoob might... I don't actually know if they're going to be holding into blue. It looks like there's at least some sort of rotation made.
I want to say, though, that their entire team left. They just left site.
Yeah.
Huncho's just AFK. And then the whole rest of the team just didn't want to stay on site. We have an Oryx and a Wamai playing outside. Huncho just came back, thank the Lord. Huncho is back.
God. Typical.
You know,
Absolutely
honestly,
typical.
I think we're better off playing chess here than actually casting. I don't know, man. Maybe we should switch the cast over to me and Uncooked Pasta playing a chess game. Let's hear in chat if you guys want to see that or not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for that, not gonna lie. Stan, if you're able to, get a poll up on the Twitch chat to see. Anyway, there's stuff happening, and the stuff is Needles being dead. That's what stuff is here. Vipoa with the opener. So it's just more of the same, really. HKR just being better than Silly Cat team, and that's kind of what we've seen throughout Chalet, and it's the trend that we're seeing here as well. Scoob just completely doxing himself, quite literally.
No, he's actually trying to be a liar right now. He's actually sitting on T1 stairs.
Oh my
Um,
god.
So he is lying straight to Vapoa. Vapoa might fall for it. Looks like he is actually going to go in a meeting instead.
Just ignores
Doesn't
it.
care. No, he's going to go over it. I'm excited for this. Comes out, peeks the camera. I think that he knows that Scoob is a liar. Drone coming out does immediately get muted, though. Scoob is still sitting there with that Ella shoddy. I think that he needs to send a nade down these steps. If he sends a nade down these steps, I think that he's going to get this kill. He is going to come around and peek, shoots his own drone like an absolute menace.
You don't
I'm
need
excited. This is exciting gameplay right here. This is the best gameplay I've ever seen.
Yep, just completely read like a book. Scoob goes down.
Read like a book is a strong word. I mean, Scoob just refused to shoot back.
Well, you know, you've gotta give some credit to Vapoa there. The drone coming through as well, just to sort of spot out that position, forces Scoob to make a move. Lovely shot from Sam though, takes out Doug on the top, on the bottom even of those laundry stairs. It's going to be a bit of a halting factor for Rebels. The nade is going to force them back. The alibi ping doesn't matter for Vapoa, but now needs to ace to clutch this round in a 1 versus 2. Zadolf with a double, Sam on 2 kills as well. And it's a direct trade. 4 kills in the round for Vapoa, but no dice, unfortunately. Sam was there for the trade anyway. And that means Silly Cat Team actually won the first round.
Let's make sure that this stays in the record that we do have. Okay, we have the first time that Silly Cat Team has been ahead this whole game.
Let's go.
Huge.
Huge.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
This is going to be their second round win in like 9 or 10 rounds. They're currently 2 for 10 right now.
Let's go. That's pretty cool.
I mean, that's like MLB averages, if we're being honest here. I mean, like if they were a major league team, right, hitting, it'd be kind of bottom of the barrel, but it'd be fine.
Yeah. I'm gonna pretend I know what that means and continue onwards.
That's a baseball reference. You know, last stream
Yeah.
that I was casting, we were sending some baseball references back and forth. But we need a sport. What sport are we going to reference here, Mr. Pasta, sir?
I don't know. I don't know if this might come as a surprise. I'm not necessarily the most knowledgeable about sports. I'm sitting here at 20 past 11 in the evening in my bedroom on my computer talking about video games.
I'm going to go ahead and leave it at that. I don't want to say anything funky. So we do see that the first kill is going to go off against HK there. Rai does go down on the Thatcher. Definitely a big impact frag, if you will. Going to leave HK unable to get a lot of the walls here. And we do see that Vapoa will get a shot back onto Huncho. That will end up putting it back into a 4v4. We can see here that the health advantage is actually completely even right now because we do have the Finka on the board. Doug walking up. He will take out that second frost mat there, leaving I believe there's only one frost mat left. We do see Scoob is playing downstairs. One person is also on the bottom main stairs for some odd reason. Again, not too sure why. It's just one of those teams, I suppose. Looks like HK is going to be looking for an execute here soon. Droning out. There was a sad face in attic. I'm not sure who else saw that. There's the sad face again. What a beautiful piece of art that they added in there. I mean, if you're going to be sad in the middle of a game, that's the way to do it.
Yeah. And there's one. Zadolf finds a kill. Vapoa, though, second on the round, once again being the savior. A triple kill. The only player with kills for HKR so far in this game. And the shotgun from underneath finds nothing. Needles now aggressing up the white stairs. 60 seconds left. Is going to take that swing, takes down Jetcon. Vapoa once again needs to clutch. This time it's a 1v2.
The big question is, will Vapoa get all of the team's kills? We do see Scoob walking up here. Oh my gosh, look at the timing on that. Vapoa
No way!
absolutely fries Scoob. Once again, that is just very unfortunate. We can see here though that the Solus does see Vapoa planting. Needles is going to be there on Armory stairs. I'm not too sure what he's up to. Pulling out the scanner, but does not see the plant in time to do anything about it. Vapoa being able to get outside. This is going to leave Vapoa in a very solid spot and actually leave Needles here trying to figure out a way to really take this 1v1. Obviously, the health advantage is in Needles' favor. The gun advantage is in Needles' favor. The P90 that close is definitely a huge advantage. Pulling out the scanner again, trying to see if maybe he'll be on his drone. It looks like he might be sticking here. Oh, nice Vapoa there.
Oh my god.
Absolutely just gets that. That's an ace there for Vapoa, leaving HK and Silly Cat team in a perfectly even score now at this point.
I'll tell you what isn't even though is the kill spread for Rebels. Vapoa with 9 out of 9 kills that the Rebels have, a 4K in round 1, an ace in round 2, and like Teddy says, 3 pre-fire kills with the DMR. Truly wild stuff. But for the rest of HKR, we've got to see the other members stepping up to the plate because this is quite literally just the Vapoa show right now. That's all it
It is
is.
indeed a Vapoa show. I do agree with that. And this is honestly just one of the least interesting Oregon maps I've ever seen. Um, I've seen some crazy strats being pulled out. You know, I've seen some very heavy roam strats. I've seen some crazy things, and they're just unfortunately not doing those things. I think that there's a lot going on here that's very standard. This actually looks like how I would set up Oregon in a ranked match. I'm not gonna lie. So
Yeah.
definitely nothing new here, but we'll see if we can get some kills. Going back and forth, I believe that there are a couple spawn peaks being tried right now. Valkyrie trying to get some shots off there onto the Finca. Needles is playing there on the bottom main stairs. We just saw Vapoa turn into Tom Brady, throwing an absolute dart with his Twitch drone. Pasta, I'm sorry if you don't understand that reference, but we are going to be going into Master. Looks like Doug will be trying to get some shots off into Trophy and see if they can get some kills going off. Doug seems like he's just kind of sitting there for a while. Maybe he was scratching his nose. We are not sure. Drone's going there into Master bedroom. We do have a mute playing close there on Trophy door, though. That may be a problem with that shotgun. That shotgun is quite strong. Definitely one of the best in the game. SMG-11 being pulled out. You will take a couple shots off there. Definitely nothing new, though, unfortunately.
No, it does have C4 available to use as well. But instead just falls back. And that's going to be Scoob on the dock, healing up Needles, back and ready to go. The Nitro comes out, Claymore spotted, but actually it's going to be the air jab that takes a bit of a toll. Teddy down to about 55 HP, but with the dock on board, does not need to worry about that one bit. Vapoa now continuing to do God's work here. Finds his 10th in round number 3. It's an absolutely ridiculous scoreline, but the rest of the team just cannot compare. Doug finally finds one, makes it a double. And Sam did take out Burnt Turkey, so that's Diffuser. Surrendered Doug with a 3rd. And now Needles has to try and clutch up in a 1 versus 4. Vapoa's still alive as well. Gone 6 going to remove that information. And with plenty of time that HKR have to work with, Needles is really up against it here. Does know where that diffuser's going down, but the flashbang comes through, and this just looks like an insurpassable mountain, honestly. Doesn't even get the first.
Absolutely. You know, I do have to say, I think that maybe the rest of HK Rebels was a little mad. I think maybe their ears were burning when you said that Vapoa had all the kills on the team. So it looks like they were going to try to get some kills for themselves. JetCon getting 1 and Doug getting another 3. The Vapoa still has more than double of the rest of the team's kills combined. That is
Yeah.
quite a deficit.
double digits by round 3,
Attackers need to
or
locate.
hitting double digits in round 3 even, is ridiculous. I don't know if I can find words for just how truly bonkers that is.
Definitely quite different, for sure. Especially considering that Vapoa isn't necessarily thought of as an entry type of player.
No.
I think he definitely plays more into that flex role. We can see here that the Ayana will actually get traded out for
10
a
seconds remaining.
Flores. I almost said Solus. I don't know why. But we do have the Flores getting pulled out. Obviously, as you know, basement goes, Flores is one of the strongest operators for this site, especially if they're playing into elbow, which it does seem like they have the rotate 4. No shield, though, coming out. I'm not too sure what their plan is here.
Yeah, I'm not too sure either. Obviously, the last time this happened, Vapoa lost a clutch in a direct trade. So Silly Cat team certainly can be a little bit confident. I don't actually know if they had a shield the last time either. So, maybe something a bit confident with their setup, which is fair
Definitely.
enough. But yeah, I don't know. It's another interesting decision made by Silly Cat team on the defense.
Not sure if you guys heard that in the background. My dog is currently mad that I'm not petting her. We might have to do a dog stream for the rest of the stream.
Let's go.
You know, as it goes, from the outside looking in, obviously heavy blue take here would be a lot better than doing a full roam clear with 2 players in sight. It's one of those things where you kind of have to
Yeah.
weigh out the pros and the cons. Do I really want to go out and try to roam clear the other 3 people on the team with the chances of me getting traded out one by one? The best case scenario that leaves me in is a 3v2 going in. It just doesn't make sense to be in a 3v2 on site rather than a 5v2 on site and then
Yeah.
play for them to have to come back to you. It's one of those things where why would you? Why would you go to roam clear? There's no point.
It seems like the tower stairs push is coming through. Doug finds their 4th, taking out Sam, who was just sort of running about in pillar, just frolicking in the concrete basement downstairs. Needles now making their way back to site though. Barricades up laundry, and that means it's going to be another 5 versus 2 on the bomb site as the pressure does start to come through now. 3 players now on the site. They do need to be aware that there is still one person roaming. That is Teddy. Gets taken down incredibly low. About 10 HP. No dock on side this time to get them back up. But HKR, they've kind of hit a bit of a wall, a bit of a stalling point, and that's not going to help. Scoob does find one. Traded out, though, by Burnt Turkey, who finds a second. Dug down the stairs, finds 2 as well. That's 3 on the round, and that's HKR going up 3-1.
Absolutely. And, it's going to be very different here to see whether or not HK can pull out, a lot of these attacking rounds. Obviously, taking even 3 here on attack against, Oregon really is the problem here. Oregon's very defensive sided. I say this again on pretty much every single map, but as far as this map goes, it is historically very defensive sided. And I think that there's no difference here. I think that the big difference is that HK seems to be a lot more put together, and Silly Cat teams just kind of seems to be running around trying to get picks, and it's not really working out in their favor.
No. Part of me is watching this and just being like, how are they in playoffs? Obviously, they might have taken the other games a bit more seriously, especially on Chalet, like we saw. But yeah, this is the map pick of Rebels. So...
Yeah, no, I'm not too sure. But here we are. What a great...
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
What? Just why?
Hey, this is honestly probably the best strat I've seen them pull out the entire game, to be honest.
Yeah.
As far as this goes, I've definitely pulled this out in ranked more than a few times. I really I'm hoping that they can pull this off here. I mean, you got the one reinforced wall, obviously, but you're playing there in Killbox there as Ella. I mean, the reality is that you're gonna have to die. I mean, you're not gonna win against an open floor, right? Open floor plan, I think it's one of the best strats in the game. I don't think there's anything that beats it. Zadov getting killed there on HK Rebel, Rai, actually, sorry about that. Definitely, I mean, come on now.
Oh, just goes for the run out
It's
as
the
well.
open floor pan. Doug does
Just-
get the kill there on the
Yeah.
Zadov, though. Definitely bring it back into a 4v4. However, we could see that Huncho has taken a lot of damage there. Doug taking some damage as well.
I didn't even notice the Kavira. That's the prep phase is so ridiculous. I didn't even notice that they were playing Kavira. That's okay.
This is about the most interesting that Oregon's going to get, though. I mean, you can't ask for
Yeah.
anything better than this.
Well, I mean, I could ask for it to be interesting and not just completely mind melting. However, Burnt Turkey does take out Sam yet again. Not too pleased about that one is our good old smoke friend. As that's
Yeah, if
Teddy
you were
now
hoping to
being
not
taken.
lose brain cells, it was probably a bad idea to cast a silly cat game, but
Yeah, that's my bad. I didn't. I've never casted in NA before. This is my first time, and I am severely regretting it. As now Doug finds one, Needles left in the 1 versus 4, and yet again we're seeing a basement defense not work out for Silly Cat team, and he's just gone. He's like, I'm out. I'll see you
yeah,
guys
I
later.
think Needles has a pretty solid chance of clutching this here.
Yeah.
I lied. Doug gets the kill there on the Needles, and that is going to finish out that. Looks like some
Wow.
of them are leaving, and that is going to go ahead and be a forfeit there by Silly Cat team. Very unfortunate that we don't get to see the rest of that game there, but that's going to be it for the game. That's going to be it for the stream. I think that the stream totaled gameplay wise about 35 minutes worth of gameplay. Very unfortunate. Obviously, we were hoping for some more gameplay to bring to you guys, but what are we going to do?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. That
Try.
a
Try.
very peculiar end to a very peculiar game. That's just kind of that's just kind of summed it up. Yeah, forfeit mid map. Of course. Why not? Why not at this point? Why not?
I suppose if you're losing this bad on
Yeah.
map 2 that you might as well. I don't know what to say. They got their 2 rounds.
Yeah.
They rocked out. It's I don't know. Here we are.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know. Do we even have a second game today? Because there was a lot of. Yeah, we have a second game, which is cool. That game's not scheduled for another, 2 hours.
Yes, we have
So
2 hours to sit here and really just think about life. Think about
yeah,
how great of a game that was.
I'd prefer to go to bed actually. It's currently 25 to midnight, so I need to get my 5 hours of sleep in before I need to get up at 5 tomorrow. It's going great. I'm loving it. At least I got a quick game.
Yeah,
I
you
get more
definitely.
sleep.
Well, you
I
got a
get more
quick
sleep.
2 games, in fact, 2 maps.
Yeah, 2 maps.
This has to be the quickest 2 maps you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, genuinely. I've casted 7-0s that took longer than probably the two gameplays of these maps combined.
I've had
That's
ranked matches go on longer than these 2 games.
yeah, we played what, 12 rounds? And it's taken about 40 minutes.
I want to say we actually played 15.
Well, it was a 7-1 in
Or
the first
less.
one, and that was what, 3-1, 4-1?
4-1, so
So that's 13 rounds.
13.
13 rounds. Wow.
I don't know. I just do accounting. They really just they give me the numbers as it is.
Yeah,
But
first,
you know what? That's gonna go ahead and just kind of wrap up this portion of the stream. We're gonna be back up later for the second game. Definitely hoping for a better matchup than what we just had. My cat is actually waking up from a nap as we speak. He was very tired from watching that fairly boring game.
yeah, I'm going to go and hit the hay, and I regret casting the North American region. That's all from me, folks. See you in a bit.
strangest addiction. I could say I'll quit without any conviction. Broke my own heart this time for believing that a ghost could find a body alive that hasn't seen the other side. So don't call me, I'll find something to escape my mind. What's the cause when there's no love lost between us? So burn the letters, there's a tragedy in every ember. In every ember. In every ember. In every ember. There's a tragedy in every You are my strangest addiction. I could say I'll quit without any conviction. Broke my own heart this time for believing that a ghost could find a body alive that hasn't seen the other side. So don't call me, I'll find something to escape my mind. There's a tragedy in every ember. What's the cause when there's no love lost between us? So burn the letters. There's a tragedy in every ember. In every ember. In every ember. In every ember. There's a tragedy in every
Feel my heart, it's beating. Oh, my body's breathing. It's just you and me. Feel my heart, it's beating. Oh, my body's breathing. It's just you and me. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's free fall. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's
alive though. I ain't high, but I still got high hopes. The good vibes never show up on time though. So I'm singing like Mariah with the high notes. So fly though, catch me in the sky. Everybody gotta ask me for a ride. Strapped like the thing that you keep on the side at a wedding as a guest might leave with the bride. So sick like Neo was. I fly in and say shit like a hero does. You got L's and your team got 0 dubs. I put y'all behind bars like a CO would, yup. I survived the flood, I found strength somehow to get out the mud. So your little accolade don't count to us. Anything that you try won't amount to us, yeah. No pressure though, flow extra cold. I've been doing well eating my vegetables. And it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional. Yeah, and it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional. Yup. I supply what's demanded. I find peace, then expand it. Peep, I ain't average. Can't be from this planet, but I bleed through the bandage. Weak, but I'm avid. Go to sleep with the baddest. On my feet, something drastic. Weave to the basket. Couple G's and I'm laughing. For the cheese, I'm a magnet. Deep the advantage. I'm like so far ahead now. I got butter for the bread now. Chilling on a big cloud. And I won't come down, cause this is where I love and I live now. Get what you give out. Had to burn another bridge down. It just is what it is now. Life in a bitch, no. It's a curse and a gift though. It should be that simple, yeah. No pressure though, flow extra cold. I've been doing well eating my vegetables. And it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional. Yeah, and it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional.
love's a trier. Pain is the thing I acquire. Mental desire. Can someone make it end? Fanning the fire. Watching the flames burn higher. I'm not a liar, but they don't understand. Do I have choices? Talking with you, but without voices, tearing up noises, but I'll never give up. I'm hiding in the closet. I don't want to be seen. I'm feeling like a monster. Secret inside of me. Keep quiet. I swallow my tears. They'll never see me like this. Don't let them see me breaking. Don't let them
fine. Love a hell of a drug, it's the worst that I've tried. See me at my lowest, I'm opposing the abyss. Life in a rain cloud, gone in a blink. Only make classics, they only want hits. And fun is a job when your family is rich. I've been trying every single way to find some purpose in my day. Hope this world ends soon so my rant's not late. Self-sabotage, the worst sense of humor. I'm not a real person, I'm a face in your computer. Started making money when I charted my maneuvers. The flop sell better, Larry David, the producer. A dead language, product of apocalypse. The kid who made smile, opposite of an optimist. The growth is parabolic, opportunity was knocking till I found a little fun and I became the fucking problem. Dead set on a life I haven't lived. There's nothing like Nick and Night. There's no my wife and kids. I feel like I'm 46, still popping these 40 sticks. They plotting on my advance. I'll work till I don't exist. There's nothing like they showed you on the TV. I wanna be alone, but now these people wanna meet me. You are not a person, you're a royalty. It's easy. They'll take your estate the second you stop breathing. Never outside, promise I'm fine. Love a hell of a drug, it's the worst that I've tried. See me at my lowest, I'm opposing the abyss. Life in a rain cloud, gone in a blink. Only make classics, they only want hits. And fun is a job when your family is rich. I've been trying every single way to find some purpose in my day. Hope this world ends soon so my rant's not late. Yeah, it's khaki kid for vapor, girl, I'm feeling blue now. Walking around my naked in this crib like it's a blue house. Talking to the moon off these shrooms, I had to tune out. Somebody play a song cause the silence is too loud. I get road rage when I walk. Pull over, boy. Say what you think you doing, brushing out my shoulder, boy. I skip the baby steps and hung around with the older boys. The spitting image of a fuck up, I'm the poster boy. I've been sipping out the floor, be looking comfy. The Eddie just kicked in, but I feel like you punched me. How do I live like this, baby? I live lovely. Let a dog off the lead and he gon' run free. I'm punching above my weight, yo, it's new, babe. I left the gap for feels like Friday on a Tuesday. No, I don't know you, may step up off my blue suede. My life in this suitcase, be back in a while. Never outside, promise I'm fine. Love a hell of a drug, it's the worst that I've tried. See me at my lowest, I'm opposing the abyss. Life in a rain cloud, gone in a blink. Only make classics, they only want hits. And fun is a job when your family is rich. I've been trying every single way to find some purpose in my day. Hope this world ends soon so my rant's not late.
take me away. Spent the last years sweeping on the waves, but it don't matter, it don't matter if I'm close to the end. I'm just a fly and you're a widow, never again. But I'll lose it again. But I don't care, 'cause it doesn't even really matter. Turn up, boy. Turn up, boy.
into the sea. Baby, I never say, for I will fall into the light. Every time I try to breathe, the moon will rise and carry me. For I've loved and I have died. So I won't hold back, hold back. And you should know that what's never gone just have regrets. So I won't go back, go back.
feel like you want it tonight. But when we're talking, it's shameful to ya. Got me feeling so cold in the winter. Got our feet at the door for the summer. It's just that we don't got no place to go. And we don't talk about it. And we don't talk about it. 'Cause we on the run. And we don't need anyone, anyone, 'cause we on the run. And we don't talk about it. 'Cause we on the run. Do not fear that we're moving so hasty like the old days. So take a chance, we'll keep our heads out the ocean blue. But when we're talking, it's shameful to ya. Got me feeling so cold in the winter. Got our feet at the door for the summer. It's just that we don't got no place to go. And we don't talk about it. And we don't talk about it. 'Cause we on the run. And we don't talk about it. 'Cause we on the run. And we don't need anyone, anyone, 'cause we on the run.
There's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. the pain that I once let kill my vibe. I fear the day that I lose the chance to fight. So I stand up tall, ready to face it all again. And I will not fall, I won't lose again. I wanna fly over mountains, I wanna reach the end, rise up from the ashes. I wanna burn again. I'll find my way through the bitterness I'm feeling. I won't rest, I won't give up, I'm still healing. I'm still healing. I'm still healing. I won't give up, I'm still healing. I won't give up, I'm still healing.
Anywhere you want it, anywhere you want it, yeah. Anywhere you want it, this is me. Anywhere you want it, this is me. Tell me where you wanna go. About it. Tell me where you want it. Let's go, go, go. Tell me where you wanna go. We will make our own way. Anywhere you want it, this is me. Anywhere you want it, this is me.
I can't count how many times we made plans to go back home. We've gone through so much trouble just to move along. Take my hand, we can go through this together. We can look to find a shelter. Reload, reload. Get your weapons ready for tonight is our battle. Reload, reload. You're gonna shoot through all the mess you made when you left me there to die.
Welcome to the Premier League Season 6 quarterfinals. We are about to watch Team Rachel take on Not Weaves. My name is Phoenix Blaze, and I am joined by the ever wonderful Sirius. We are ready to break down some information before we get into this matchup. Sirius, lay it on us. What you got?
You know, these are going to be a really good matchup between Not Weaves and Team Rachel because, it's the number one team of Rachel who's been flawless so far throughout the entire group stage going up against Weeps who have kind of gone up and down throughout the entire series. So it's just going to be very interesting to see if they have started to gain some momentum going to playoffs.
Absolutely. I know some of the things we have seen from Not Weebs recently is a little bit of disconnection between some of the players as far as their playstyle goes. They have a wonderful core that they do work off of, but it just seems like towards the end of the rounds, there's a little bit of a falter there. And that's something that I think, Team Rachel is going to be able to exploit. We have not, I don't believe we've seen both of these teams actually match up before. So this will be a first time that we see both of these teams match together. But, let's go ahead and look at the bracket and see how we got here first. So obviously, we have Team Rachel really not having too much of a battle in the earlier season, but now here in playoffs, their first matchup is going to be Not Weeps tonight. Serious, I'm curious. I know we were talking a little bit about predictions as far as maps and stuff go a little earlier. Like, how do you see this playing out?
It's a really big question for me because Rachel has, yes, so far been flawless, but their last game against Outlast was a quote unquote 5v4 according to Millies on Twitter. So it's hard to say of was that really just them being dominant or is that Outlast had an unfortunate circumstance of being down a player. So it's really just a toss up for me in terms of that regard. But Not Weebs also have been really struggling on their attacks, only winning 38% of their attacking rounds. So if they can fix those issues, think this might be a really close series.
I agree with you. And just a little tidbit of information as we're going to be moving into kind of like our players and who's going to be on each team tonight. Specifically on the side of Rachel, we have a bit of a roster change. So the playmaker Spy is no longer with the team, going to be replaced by Marmalade. So could that be the turning point that gives Not Weebs that advantage? It very well could be, because now you have a team that's essentially all supports and not as many gunners as you would think. But, sometimes people, when you put them together in teams, they gain a little bit more confidence and they become those gunners. So we really won't know anything until we see things play out.
And I mean, they could not have added a better player other than Marm, because I mean, having that Pro League talent on their roster is certainly just going to be a really big boost to them. So I don't think they're going to be struggling in terms of like shakeups in terms of roster changes. So I think they're going to be looking just fine.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to, especially talk about some of these maps that we're potentially going to be seeing tonight. If I can just, poke our producer and be like, come on, give me the maps, give me the maps. I want to see where we're going tonight, because there's a lot of great maps here on the board, but it just really is going to come down to who plays the maps better. So looks like right off the rip, Sky Border Villa theme park off the board. All of our exciting favorite ones that we see all the crazy stuff just absolutely gone.
Yeah, but then also we get some of the favorites for both of these teams in terms of Cafe and Oregon. Both of these teams really like both of these maps, so I'm not surprised that these are still up on and in play essentially. Bank Chalet running out the last two bands, and then going to our decider of Clubhouse, which Rachel have not been to yet, but wouldn't be surprised if they're kind of very familiar with it, as it is a very default map.
Yeah, absolutely. I know both of these teams, if I'm not mistaken, are fairly strong on Clubhouse. It's kind of a thing you've got to be good at Clubhouse. You have to be good at these I can't even say the word tonight. These more standard maps that you would expect for teams to play. So the Cafe Oregon Clubhouse, I like to refer them to as qualifier maps because you can see them all the time. But I think Cafe is really where things are going to be determined, because either team could really take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Not Weaves have only played it once, and I believe it was a 7-1. I forget about against who, but they looked really dominant on that map. And then Rachel also have looked pretty good. I want to say their last game on it was against Outlast, and they won that 7-2. So again, kind of take that for a little bit of like wiggle room because of the circumstances, but still 7-2 is really good, so they're very comfortable on it, and I would not be surprised if we see a very close series between these two.
Yeah, I mean, a 7-1 and a 7-2, that's basically even at that point. It just really all comes down to just who has that little tiny bit of an extra edge. But into the bans we immediately go. Not Weaves are going to be first on the board with the Dokkaebi, taking off the ability to hack the defender cams. Not really too shocked about the Dokkaebi. We've seen her banned quite a bit, even in the upper brackets of Pro League lately. So not too much of a surprise at all.
Not much of a surprise at all, and also not surprised to see Nook coming off the board, just getting rid of all that lurk potential essentially for the attackers. So just getting rid of a lot of intel denial and also intel in the form of the Dokkaebi, so you can more rat around the map as a defender. So not too surprised to see those coming out. Gonna finish it off with a zombie for Team Rachel. Also really good and very expected, especially since she can basically form mini shields everywhere she can, and it's just a general nuisance to clear.
Yeah, and a lot of teams have been foregoing shields and putting Azami barricades up in pixels, so makes a lot of sense. And then the Wamai being that final determining operator coming off the board, no more Wamai discs, so that's less ability to catch any type of utility and divert it away from you. But we have to talk about the elephant in the room. Brava is still here on the board. So Brava can be played at any point in time by either one of these teams, and that's an operator that can be detrimental if you play her correctly.
Absolutely, just the absolute potential that she can have throughout a round in terms of just getting intel for her team or just denying some intel for the defenders. Just so much for her to be able to do, especially since we have a Jaeger. I wonder if they do switch to her, that she could hack some of those ADS devices and actually just make it to where Rachel will have less burn, or not we, sorry, have less burn potential for their roster. So Piano's going to be a lot harder to hold if she does come out. Does not seem that she is being switched to at the moment. Seeing not least spread out all over the map and just making sure they have a lot of room to hold this.
Yeah, so starting things off on the top floor, that bar cocktail area, by taking these areas and just kind of extending them out, they're wanting to slow that any type of push that Rachel's going to have really early on. Unfortunately, with actions like this, you do kind of run into some really tricky situations where you may put your utility up a little bit late, but that can be detrimental. But Dan immediately jumping out the window, trying to get an early spawn peek here. Unfortunately, not able to do so. Dan, you can do better.
Well, it does seem that we may have a rehost because Marn cannot actually move out of spawn. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to come back to our pretty faces as we see Dan just continue to run around. But, well, that was already an interesting start to the game. Just Dan's already
Absolutely.
looking to get active.
I mean, hey, what's better than having some really interesting spawn peaks just right off the rip, first round in, not even 30 seconds off the clock? Like, come on, that sets the tale of what we're potentially going to be watching.
Absolutely. I mean, well, we know that Dan's going to be a very active player and going to be one of the main points of contention for Rachel to have to deal with. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to deal with the rehost, so we're going to send it to a very quick break. We'll be right back.
I'm tripping off your lies. You got your issues, but I can't get enough. I don't feel the same way. The object I pursue don't feel.
Alrighty, and we are back in. Unfortunate circumstances and unfortunate server outages caused us to have to take a bit of an extended break there. But serious, we are back, and I am excited.
I am so excited too. Hopefully, we never have to do this again. I'd like to just get on with these games. Mind you, we all have work in the morning or school, whatever it is. So, extended delays are not exactly optimal.
Absolutely not. But obviously, we're keeping the bans the same. Nothing else changes. We're just going to restart that first batch. Want to make sure Marm is able to get out of spawn. Just being stuck in there, 4v5. We don't want to do that to them. They've already had to experience that situation once on the flip side of things. But back all the way to the top once again. We're going to Bar and Cocktail. We're going to see Knotweaves go into their extensions as far as their setups go, but it'll be interesting to see. Are we going to see Dan jump out the window 2.0? Who knows?
He's definitely going to be doing something to get active. He just may change up his approach. He is already starting to run all the way down to possibly Bakery, looking like he's probably going to hop out somewhere over on that side. And yes, he's hopping on those cams. He's certainly looking for his opportunity to get something going here. Just waiting for that camera to get shot, and he's going to start going for it. He gets into a fight, and, well, technically he got a refrag, but wasn't the way he was hoping for.
Are you serious? That was like the most perfect angle that you could have had to get a multiple kill there. Like, Dan, what are you doing? But the team kill, like, Mill is having to go down because of the team kill. Unfortunate situation. But, it does even out the playing ground there.
It does keep it even, and ultimately, it was a refrag, so both teams are ultimately even for now. But that is going to certainly hurt in terms of just, like, clearing out util. As I mentioned pretty much before our break, Piano is going to be such a tough area to clear out, but thankfully, because of the Wamai ban, that's not going to be as much that they have to do. But Panday holding down Cigar, actually, with the shield and the shotgun is going to make things a little bit difficult for them.
Yeah, and you do have a Panday just kind of hanging out in here in the Humidor. One of the main choke points that you're going to witness is going to always be red. Cafe, if you're not pushing red, you're not playing Cafe. We all know how that works. But I do like the extension with the shield right outside the Humidor to try to, like, almost take that pixel angle and push it forward to deny even more of those pushes that come through red. But HUD also supporting his teammate here, just waiting for somebody to go and make that drop to get an additional kill on the board. Is he going to do it? Snows does take some damage, but no kill on the board.
No kill, and he's very lucky that he did not actually get spotted by that drone that was just pretty much pre-placed for exactly that situation. Just nobody is actually sitting on it. And right now, Rachel seemed to be very much stalling out. Do finally get one kill onto Louis, but they still have to deal with Panday in the Humidor. Have not actually dealt with that situation at all, and I'm wondering if they're going to start trying to rotate over towards Cocktail.
Now, that would be the smart thing, but Xer's already going to work, getting some multiple kills on the board, but Monkey also meeting him with the double kill as well, leaving a 2v2 situation here. Now going into a 2v1, Panday being the last one alive on his team, still hanging out in Humidor, trying to go around these pillars here to see if he can get any kills, but it looks like Munch is ready to get the diffuser down. Is he going to confirm this? It does indeed look like he will, so it's going to be a retake at this point because Panday is going to have to be very careful here and trying not to get killed like we just witnessed. First round goes to Rachel.
And Rachel did a very smart thing, try to split up Knotweave's attention. We saw the Nomad try to hop onto Cocktail window and just rappel in to try to split them up. And Relapse was able to actually make his way down over on Newbout and push his way deep into sight. So essentially, they split up all of Knotweaves and forced them into gunfights, and they won them all. So it just essentially opened up a lot of space for them to actually get that plant down. Really good on them to try to rotate around and realize, okay, Cigar's not going to work for us. We need to go somewhere else. And just unfortunately, Knotweaves were not prepared for that situation.
Now, we are going to go ahead and go all the way downstairs into kitchen. This is a site that's a little bit unusual when it comes to predictable play. Now, I know it's a little bit of a hot take when I say that because everybody knows you either go small bake or you try to take from me. it can work either way, but most of the times when you go into kitchen like this, you have multiple angles that you can take, and that's what makes it one of the harder sites to hold. So Weebs here, once again, we are seeing those extensions come out. We're seeing some unusual play as far as where these shields and stuff are going. Probably my favorite two things I want to point out here on the board, though, is Panday and Louis bringing the duo fire team, essentially, with the Tachanka and the Goyo. I'm excited to see possibly what their minds are up to with those two operators.
Essentially, it seems like they're going to be trying to stall out Rachel for as long as they can. So much fire on the board, lasting for such a long time. Snows actually is going to get a lot of intel over towards kitchen. So if they don't find that drone, that's going to be a lot of intel for the side of Rachel to actually just hold on to and see where these defenders are if they can make their way into bakery. But it seems that they're going for a split kind of take, focusing on different parts of the map and trying to see if they can maybe go towards VIP.
I'm a little confused here. I'm already seeing not Weaves. It looks like they're kind of starting to bunch up a little bit. I don't know if you saw that over by Coat Check, where they were just kind of like hanging out, where like Panday, the Tachanka, is playing behind the bar. But it's not a really smart situation to bunch up like that in general. But I do like the play that we are seeing. They're trying to be a little bit smarter with how they're doing things. We didn't see a run out, obviously. So that's improvement. Improvement is what we want to see. But it does seem like there is a full stall going out, but it's only on 2 players. My question is, where are the other 3?
And it's certainly interesting to see where Not Weaves are actually positioning themselves to try to deal with this. They're all still over on Bakery side, trying to maybe just a little paranoid that Rachel's still sending one player out there. They are correct in that assumption, but they've given up VIP control all the way to Not Weaves. But unfortunately, Rachel actually just hop in the dining room window and just get 2 kills for themselves. And now all that space is theirs until Louis actually gets 1 kill back.
Oh, that was a mini massacre there for a second, if you think about it. And just Marm being the new kid on the block for the team, just getting a double kill, killing like the Weebs, and just unfortunately just making it even harder for them to kind of do any type of retakes here. Louis and, being off site, essentially hanging out in coat check, not really able to contribute too much to his teammate who's still on site. If Rachel does this properly and they start pushing in and they start doing it quickly, they're going to put Weebs at a major disadvantage here, and it looks like indeed that's what might be happening here. The Habana has the diffuser. The Habana can easily start going in for the plant here, but Louis gets into a fight with Monkey, goes down. It's a 3v1 situation. We have 30 seconds here left on the clock. That's a lot of time if you want to get a plant down, but it's not a lot of time if HUD wants to get kills. And Marm, triple kill. Oh, Weeps just can't get it together.
And it seemed like there was just a very much not a heavy focus on keeping control of VIP and just dining in general. You saw there was only like 2 players trying to hold that down, and essentially they were holding it very loosely. Dan seemingly not really backing up his teammate in like the cigar area, just not doing a good enough job to try to keep him refragged, and unfortunately lost his own life. And so now it's just down to Louis and HUD all alone, because everyone else died because there's nobody to really hold on to. They focused too heavily on holding Bakery and not enough on holding down the actual part that Rachel was pushing.
I guess you could kind of call that almost like an ooh shiny complex, right? They're like, ooh, multiple people outside window. Let's attack that. Which, I mean, in theory makes sense. You want to try to, have that situation where you're taking out multiple players, making it harder for those attackers to get in. But like you said, Sirius, it just didn't, it's not the play at the end of the day. So we are going to see, excuse me, things kind of change up a little bit here. We're going to reading in Fireplace.
And that is certainly where we're going to be going. But not Weebs. Dan, again, hopping out a window, trying to get active. Certainly currently on a 2-loss slide, trying to see if they can maybe break it. And Dan is just going to continue to just be running around, trying to see if he can maybe get into engagement somewhere around the map. Still looking for a spawn peek. Does light up Millie's just a little bit. Those things don't work as they used to. Don't actually make those pings. So that was just a bit of wasted utility, but it is the alibi, so that's not primarily the main focus of why you bring her. You bring her because of the gun and the shield, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, I I do like that tactic that we did just see there, because it did cause the the player to actually take that one extra step to shoot the Prisma, so that way Dan had some time to get away. So I mean, I do applaud that, but it's one of those things that just feels like Dan's playing so disconnected from the team. We're constantly seeing him round after round at this point doing these cheeky, which could generally work spawn peaks, but it's just not quite working out in their favor. But we're moving ever so more into the round. About half of the round is gone. No real entry has happened yet until Monkey obviously pushes here in Piano, going to attempt to try to take Louis off this pixel, but Louis is pulled back a little bit. He wants to make sure that he saves his life as the Nomads go out to prevent him trying to rotate out back through that doorway.
Yeah, now they're just gonna give up all of Piano control, not really focused on trying to take that area of the map. Probably just gonna leave Monkey all alone to basically hold up the top stairs control while they try to move their way over into mining and train subsequently and open up that wall to facilitate a fireplace plant. That's what I'm assuming they're gonna try to go for. And not Weed seeming like they're gonna get a little anxious, trying to just see they haven't gotten into a lot of fights. And so they're starting to wonder, where is all of Rachel at the moment?
Well, Rachel right now is doing their due diligence. They're trying to clear this map. They want to make sure that they have that path of least resistance in order to get it and, get the plant down. They're playing their game the way that they know how to play it. And Weebs are just unfortunately playing into, that game and just, feeding ones and stuff like that. But I do like the fact that they are playing this a lot slower. They're not being as aggressive as we've seen in the previous 2 rounds. Ooh. So Panday, that shotgun, Panday.
I mean, Relapse had no idea what was going on. I think he was trying to remove the mute jammer on the fireplace wall, actually. He just got so caught off guard. Was not expecting Band-Aid to actually go for that swing. That was so aggressive from him.
Oh, that was absolutely beautiful as well. But Louis comes in against Monkey. So now it is a 3v5 situation. Potential for a flawless, but Dan, oh no, Dan went down but not out. So it was a full flawless round for Not Weaves and their first round on the board.
Yeah, it just seemed that Rachel actually just did not seem to get as much control as they were looking for through that entire round. You saw them take minimal map control upstairs, try to move their way over to mining and train, and then just kind of stalled out. They couldn't actually get that wall open, so they were forced, okay, well, we need to just rotate around, try to rotate over towards reading door, try to see if we can force our way in. But because they didn't get any other control, like getting cocktail control, start opening up that floor, those players can just sit there and sit tight and just wait for them to funnel in, essentially. All they have to do is play crossfires at that point, and that's exactly what happened. And Not Weez finally getting 1 round over.
What's the good old saying that we've said as coaches in the past? Let them run into your bullets.
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
That's about it. So that's essentially what happened. We did see Rachel just run straight into Not Weaves' bullets, and I feel like if the Weaves continue to play their in-game like that here on the defense, they're going to see more rounds on the board. It just comes down to that patience and that coordination. But elephant in the room, I want to know, is Dan gonna spawn peek again? Is he gonna do it?
Yes.
Oh, he's gonna do it.
He's gonna do it. If Dan's in the server, he's gonna be running out. Here he goes. He gets 1. He downs him. Marmalade is dead. Dan gets the first kill on a hop out. Once again, the madman cannot be stopped.
Yes, finally we see a beautiful spawn peek come to fruition and actually work out. Just knowing Dan, he's been the FPL warrior, he's done everything by himself, so you would expect great plays out of him like this. So I'm just glad the kill finally came on the board. But that's Marmalade off the board. That is the sledge. That's an operator. You do not want to lose this early.
No, but thankfully they do still have a bunch of other utility to clear things out. Millie's is just going to be clearing out some of the other various utility over in Piano, trying to make sure they can actually take that part of the map later on. And Relapse does still have nades in pocket, so if they want to clear out some other positions and possibly get a kill with it, they do still have that possibility, but it is going to be a lot tougher. And they are looking to play a lot scared. Minute already gone, and they still do not have much control on the map.
Not at all. When you lose a player that detrimental like a sledge, I mean, granted, yeah, you've got Habana and all that good stuff on the board, it still slows you down. So things have to speed up here because there is a half of the round gone. Half of a round that you haven't done any pushes with. And Weebs, what we're seeing from them right now is just pure patience. Well, with the exception of Dan getting a little excited there in the beginning, but they're playing a smarter game where they're kind of holding back and they're just waiting for these players to come to them. As I say that, HUD takes out Millis, and kills are gonna start ringing out as we move into a minute or less left in the round.
Relapse does hit a nice shot onto Louis, essentially going to clear out a bunch of that Whitehall control, but we do see one player actually rotating up to White, so that control is still in the favor of Rachel. We're going to see some of them start to rotate around. Monkey is actually going to rotate on over to Cocktail and see if he can do the same thing he did last time, try to take some of that control, but nobody accounted for HUD walking up the White stairs, and that is just a round over, and Not Wees pick up their second in a row.
Oh, those were two beautiful rounds. I have to say, beautifully, executed rounds from Weebs, being able to take the advantage of Rachel just not knowing where they are, and just HUD, I'm telling you, mwah, chef's a kiss on that beautiful play there on the flanks. That's what you need on a map like Cafe. It is so big, it's so vast, you could do so much on it, but people tend to just hyper focus on the on the sites. They're like, okay, we have to go here. If you take that hyper focus and you expand it a little bit more, you would know that there are quite a few potentials for flanks, and that's what we're witnessing here.
Yeah, and it's just weird because Monkey did get onto the window and was in position to try to see if he can take care of HUD, but just unfortunately missed out on that timing. And just in general, in that round, it just seemed like they were playing nervous. They were worried about Not Weaves possibly just going for an aggressive play, but we saw them just playing back, didn't do anything. Just played it very patiently, and that's exactly what they needed to do. And just wasted so much time because of that, and because they wasted so much time, did not get the control they needed throughout that round.
Now we are going to see things go back to kitchen. Now, we saw Weaves go down on this site prior. Bringing back the Tachanka and the Goyo, we're going to see that stall technique again. But are we going to see them get as hyper-focused and just shiny tunnel vision on anybody pushing Bakery? I hope not. They've kind of had a learning lesson on the past two rounds, and it should expand into this site as well. The big thing here is going to be that this team needs to stop playing so disconnected as they had the last time that they played this site.
Rachel already starting to see if they can clear out VIP very early on. That shield over in VIP is already gone thanks to the Flores drone from Marmalade. I totally forgot his name for a second. And Louis already gets the first kill on the relapse. That's going to be the Sophia off the board, so some of that util clear potential is going to be gone. And once again, started off good with the util clear, but starting to slow down, acting like they're playing scared again, don't know what they exactly want to go for.
Now, the smart thing here is if Rachel would just kind of regroup and just really think about the way that they're going to be pushing. Now, Milla's great, bringing the Yana, able to get good information here, but Xer is going to take off somebody off the board, and we're back into a 5v3 situation. Last round we saw this, it was a flawless for the Weebs. Is there a potential for this again? We just see fire just being thrown everywhere at Team Rachel, and they just aren't able to push. It's like you said, Sirius, they're absolutely terrified to even push in and try to do anything.
And Millie's is eventually going to go down, and Snows actually just did not account for Dan still playing in VIP. Marmalade is going to get him in the end, so it's not going to be a flawless this time, but Panday is still going to hold this aggressive angle, and Louis is going to get into one fight. Marmalade does not have many options. She is stuck all the way in VIP with so many angles able to watch her. She has no real options to try to get Millie's up.
Well, not just that, but I'm pretty sure that Weebs know exactly where the diffuser is. The moment it's picked up, it's immediate. They just know where Marmalade's going to be. And angles are going to be held everywhere. So any wrong move or any missed bullet, it's going to take them down. And as we just witnessed, one wrong move, one wrong pixel, and Not Weebs gets another round.
And just, we highlighted it in the round, but it just seems that Rachel looked great in terms of coordination and just general aggression throughout the early rounds. They knew what they needed to clear. They did it. They did not play scared. But now they've started to lose some rounds. And now all of a sudden it's like, okay, we don't know exactly what we want to go for. We don't know what we exactly want to push. And that's starting to really cost them. They're not like pinching onto some of these players. They're starting to play kind of just, oh, I need to hold this angle because I need to play this spot, but not really doing anything to help their teammates. Snows could have easily had some help from Millies if he was still up, but he just didn't coordinate with him at all. And unfortunately, they both lost their lives, and Marmalade was just put in a terrible spot at the end.
Yeah, that you bring up a good point with that, because there was at least 3 players within a very small vicinity of each other, and not being able to actually properly call out that Dan was swinging like that. Dan could have been taken care of a lot earlier in that situation, and the round honestly could have gone to Rachel, but that's just the name of the game and how things change ever so quickly. But we're going to go back down to reading. Now, if anybody remembers the first time that the site was played, we saw a flawless come out. Granted, Dan did go down. It was a flawless. Is there potential for this again? Now, if Rachel can do their homework and kind of realize exactly what happened and that Weaves are playing a lot more slowly and they're playing more methodically, they could potentially just go in for a rush. But with the lineup we see here, the only rush that we have about this is possibly the Ying. But the Ying's going to come out, throw her Candelas, probably disrupt some vision as a plant goes down, but beyond that, it kind of seems like a more really standard lineup that we've seen Rachel already bring.
Interesting to see Marmalade on the IQ. I'm wondering if they thought there may have been a Valkyrie on the board, for example, not actually being brought out, so maybe just to possibly find Louis on the Solus. They are going to be able to spot him out, I think. But Louis actually gets the first kill on the relapse. Once again, they're taking their sweet, sweet time trying to clear anything out. And Louis picks up 2 over in Piano, just shutting down any sort of push over on this side of the map. He does not need to get more aggressive, but honestly, just waste as much time as you can, my man. You're doing a wonderful job for your team.
Louis is a goat, that for sure. If anybody's seen him play on previous teams, they know once he starts swinging, he doesn't stop swinging. So now it's gonna come down to Rachel having to really rethink and figure things out. We're watching these players, and all I see is a bunch of wiggle worms at this point, because it's almost like they don't quite know what they need to do. It's simple: regroup, rethink, kind of like start pushing in as a team and communicate with each other. If you don't do that, you're not going to go any further. But Snows is deciding to take things into his own hands and just go ahead and start just decimating the side of Not Weaves. So it's a 3v3 situation. The health meter does kind of like fall a little bit more to negative towards Team Rachel, but as I was saying earlier with the Yin Candelas, these Yin Candelas are going to start coming out. You're going to start throwing them. The smokes are going to come out. They're going to set up for this plant. It's just a matter of, is there enough coordination with the team in order to get that plant down? And I am scared for this Ying. I am terrified for this Ying being all by themselves.
Well, Millies is actually just going to start opening up those floors, going to make Not Weaves be very uncomfortable trying to play it actually on the site. There's going to be a lot of room opened up onto readings for them to actually be able to get this plant down. So Snows does have a pathway open, but they just need to be able to actually hold it now. Marmalade is going to go down, so that's going to be top floor control now gone. Now, Louis actually goes and gets 4 kills for himself on the round, just going for the brown flank, and nobody from Rachel actually accounted for that. And unfortunately, that's going to be 4 rounds in a row going towards Weebs.
Is it just me, or was that 4 rounds, 4 flanks? Well, no, I take that back. 3 rounds, 3 flanks. HUD did it twice. We just watched Louis do it.
And then
Something's got the reading one was just them holding and being smart.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
I'm a little worried about Rachel now.
I mean, they are going to onto their defense path. That is the typically favored side on this map, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them start to get some rounds back in their favor. But have they lost too much momentum now is my question. Not Weebs. Didn't really have much to go for in the first 2 rounds, but now they've strung up 4. And now they're going to be playing confident. Now they're going to be feeling themselves. Louis, especially after that last round, is going to be like, okay, I know what, I feel good. I just got 4 kills. This is going to be great. So it's just really going to have to be, okay, if you're Rachel, you're going to have to be kind of settled down, just be like, okay, we know how to play our strats. We know how to play our advantages. We don't have to panic. We're still in a pretty favorable spot. It's only 2 rounds behind. But if you get further behind, then I start to worry for them.
I agree, and I do want to point out we're going to be seeing a little bit of a different setup style than what we saw from Not Weebs. Marmalade opting to bring the Mira, so creating some longer angles, you know, preventing any type of what do you call it? What would you say? Quick pushes. That's what I love about the Mira, is she can negate almost any type of quick push if she's placed in the correct area. Obviously, Monkey bringing in the Soulless, that's smart as well. You can detect the push early and kind of set things up from here. But things have to be, oh no. Monkey just had Dan's number, runs out, and Dan just gets shoot right in the back. That hurt my heart.
I mean,
that hurt.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Dan already going off the board. That's going to be your most aggressive player gone from Not Weebs. But that's just going to be the power of the Soulless. And unfortunately, they just did not have anything to actually count for that. And Monkey is actually going to see if he can try to pressure some of those players on the actual south side repels. Nobody's there at the moment, but he's going to be there later on. He's going to be on the Not Weebs minds.
That's when you take out such a powerful player that early, that hurts. That hurts quite a bit. But it doesn't mean that it's the end of the round. The round's not over until the round's over. We all know that. But things are going to have to kind of start heating up because Not Weebs only have about a minute here left. And it doesn't seem like any map control has really been taken at all. We see Rachel here just really standing their ground, trying to figure out where these pushes are coming from, and just trying their best to just keep Not Weebs from pushing through. But there's 4 players here on the board. Well, coordination and maybe doing a 2v2, like a 2-person push on each side could benefit them. You can also still flank on the attack. So unless they jump in and they start going for a plant like now, this doesn't look like it's going to end well for them.
No, and the point you mentioned about somebody flanking from Weebs, they still have to deal with Monkey out on the roam. And right now, Weebs, only 2 drones actually left in pocket. They have no sort of intel, so they're just going to have to force it with their way in. And unfortunately, Millies is... Oh, I take that back. They're actually starting to storm on in. They got some strict kills together. Monkey and Snows are all alone and kind of split up, and Exer actually gets the kill onto Monkey. Snows is in a terrible spot, and now all of a sudden Weebs, forcing their way into sight, actually storm their way back into the round and connect it. What an insane comeback.
I stand corrected. I am not afraid to be humbled, and Not Weebs just humbled me. That was impressive. They used those last seconds to not necessarily attempt a plant. They did try to get one off, so Exer did go for the plant, but they just went in and just swung, and they knew they were going to hit those shots. That was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And we're going to be moving into the next round, going back to bar and cocktail lounge. We're going to see if maybe did Rachel learn their lesson from that. They had a lot of map control. You know, they maintained that map control that they needed. And it took Not Weebs quite a while to get to where they needed. 27 seconds is where things finally lit up. But can Not Weebs wait that long again this time? I'd hope not.
And as I mentioned in the pre-show, that has been essentially their struggle. They do not know, like, really how to connect rounds as an attacking team. They struggle in the intel game, and as I mentioned, they only had 2 drones left in pocket, so a lot of the times, some of their attacking wins actually just come from things like that. All right, well, we know what we have to do. We just have to force our way in. Let's just do it and just hopefully get it done and over with. And a lot of the times that just works because they have the proper coordination set up to do those kinds of things. It's just I'd like to see them connect it in the early rounds and not have to struggle and then force their way in.
No, I agree with you wholeheartedly. And, even fundamental mistakes like that early kill onto Dan, just him just being completely exposed, not really paying attention, which I'm not going to lie. If I didn't look down and realize that was HUD, I was about to freak out. I was like, oh no, not again. Because I'm telling you, as a caster, you have to pay attention to everything on the screen, because if you don't, you're probably going to call something wrong. But it does seem like Weebs are a little bit more coordinated this time. HUD is going to get the first kill on the board onto Millis, so that is one player down pretty early. That's a great benefit for Weebs, but they still have to worry about those power players, just Monkey being an absolute menace. And it looks like Relapse might be actually ready to, take some people out this time.
Okay, but now all of a sudden the Warden is actually dead. So now, if they actually do want to rush into sight, HUD is actually going to have so much room to work with. If he can just get into position to try to set up for this, Panday could be looking to get into Heaven Window and go straight into Cocktail. It looks like it's just going to be the calm before the storm is right now, Blaze. It's just setting up of this stage. I'm excited to see where this goes.
No, I really do hope we see Panday just kind of like swing on in there. If Weebs get enough map control and they get enough angle set, that would be the perfect situation. Now, I'm not quite sure where Panday is right now, because he really is going to be the belle of the ball. Now, a couple grenades out, no kills. Marmalade, just having to kind of wiggle around, getting bullied essentially by the Weebs because they're wanting to flush them out of Cocktail, because Panday patiently waiting outside, droning, getting intel for their team. But Team Rachel doesn't know if they would just jump out, they'd get 2 easy kills. Exer gets another kill on the board onto Snows, making it a 3v5 situation. Panday's in, but does go down, but a beautiful refrag by his teammate Exer, making sure that things are evened up. Oh, Monkey, once again, on the roam, just doing some damage. Dan does go for the plant. Is he going to be able to get this off? It does look like he is going to, but HUD meets Monkey with a bullet to the head, and that gives Not Weaves another round on the board, and ever so closely to match point.
And that is actually going to send them to match point up 6-2. And that's going to force out the timeout from Rachel. Not Weaves in that last round did such a beautiful job of coordinating that entire push. They weren't afraid to take their time, just kind of wait things out, play to their advantages, and make sure that those spots that they needed cleared did get cleared. And really, Rachel was just forced in terrible positions. We saw Marmalade just getting absolutely bullied in that Maestro corner and had nowhere to go. And because Rachel was so spread out, because of all the Not Weeb setup, they just got forced into such terrible spots to actually hold everything down. And unfortunately, there's just not much else to it. Not Weeb's just set that up beautifully. And I mean, we were talking about being worried about Rachel. It's not looking good. Only winning those first 2 rounds, and it's just been a slide since then.
It really has, and it can really go to really tell you about how different a team can play with a just one player coming in and potentially disrupting the the way just the gameplay in general. You may have pro league talent, you may be a gunner and be able to support your team, but if your team synergy isn't in sync, it doesn't matter how good you are. One of the things that one of my favorite coaches used to always say was, defaults are defaults for a reason, because when played well, they work every time. Now, the key there is playing it well. And if you're not playing things well, that means you're not coordinating as a team. You're not, listening to calls. You're not trusting your teammates. Now, I can't say that that's any of the case on the side of Team Rachel, because obviously we can't hear their comms. We don't know what's going on in their world. But it's just kind of a telltale sign that tells you something might be breaking down over there. But match point. Here we are. I'm ready to see what's going to go down, and I'm kind of excited about HUD potentially bringing Gridlock.
Just going to be walking down all those stairs. Just so much utility just to make sure that nobody can actually flank, like we saw Monkey do almost every single round so far on their defenses. So that's just going to lock down a lot of that potential for their side. Unfortunately, kind of what you were mentioning before, Monkey is the only positive player for the side of Team Rachel. He's on 7-6 right now, and nobody's anywhere above positive. And it's just, and somebody needs to start kind of helping him out. If they can coordinate something and get somebody's guns actually active, they may have stand a better shot of actually like winning a round. And it's going to come down to really getting the first opening kill. That's going to be the big step.
Yeah, and as you were mentioning about Monkey, now Monkey being that, that really powerful force, that flank operator that they have for Rachel, HUD is a direct counter for that. So the gridlock, just being able to throw those stinger tracks down, is going to prevent any type of flank, because the only way to get rid of them is to either hit them or shoot them, and that gives away your position. And that's exactly what Weebs are wanting to do here. Even though Xer's down, they still have that advantage with HUD. They just need to get into sight, and they need to get as much map control as they possibly can to make it work. And they have half a round to do so.
They're still wasting a lot of time on that top floor. HUD's just kind of holding up cutoffs over towards red, not actually able to make his way onto the building until halfway through the round. Rachel doing very well on this roam game right now. Millie's picking up a second kill of the round. They're just stalling so much of this roam clear from Not Weebs. HUD just picking off Millie's, did his job already through the round, so that's not much of a loss for Rachel. But minute left on the board, and Not Weebs just do not have much info on the board. Only 2 drones actually left in pocket. They're gonna be very starved for intel.
I'm kind of curious here, because I'm looking at the way that they're playing this. And we have Panday and Louis obviously playing together. And then we have HUD. HUD's kind of the wild card here, because we're not quite sure exactly what he's going to be up to, other than, preventing those flanks and stuff like that. Because they really, he's actually with his team now, so perfect. Absolutely perfect. So that's what we need to see, is we need to see this team really start to coordinate. You're going to want one person at least on vertical. So when you have control enough to send somebody down site to go for a plant, you have the ability to get that plant down, cover the plant, and make sure nobody's running around. Now, 20 seconds here left on the clock. This makes this very difficult to do. Marmalade's going to take down Panday, so that's Diffuser down. Diffuser is gone. Now, so is HUD, leaving only Louis to attention a 1v4 clutch, which is absolutely potential to do so here. But Relapse is just going to sit there and just be like, all right, I'm going to rotate. I'm going to get you. They're going to use Weeb's advantages against them. So another round goes to Rachel.
Out proving to be very effective this time around, picking up their first round after a 6-round slide. Going to Reading, not looking to repeat the bar just yet, looking to see if they can find their other round wins elsewhere before trying to repeat, as Weaves do have their number on it just so far, but they played that so much better than they have previously. Millie's doing so well to actually just get active in the round, stalling out Not Weaves just so much throughout the round. They could not clear him until it was so late into the round. And just Not Weaves not having the intel they need, despite bringing so many intel operators. They need to make sure that they get that intel on the board so they can clear out those positions a lot faster and not let Millie's essentially just kill 2 players for free and then just get away for almost nothing. That's really just what killed them in that round, and hopefully they can step it up here.
Ideally, Weebs can do this. They have already had an attacking round. They know exactly what needs to happen. They know what works. They know what doesn't work. They know Monkey's going to be the problem. And now that there's a Valkyrie on the board, that's where things are going to get even more disgusting for Weebs to have to really go up against, because those black eye cameras on a map like Cafe, there's so many nooks and crannies that you can stick them that they just could be almost invisible to the, if you're not looking for them properly. So by not bringing an IQ or anything like that, those cameras can go completely unnoticed. But it's going to come down to, are Weebs going to be able to keep their coordination up, their teamwork going, and just those comms absolutely perfect? Because if they're not able to do so, that's going to be another round that Rachel may take here on the board.
Minute already gone, and not honestly sure what control they do have. Panday only just now looking to possibly drop down the red hatch. still looking to see if they can get some intel on some of these players from Rachel, but they're taking their time, not looking to go about it very quickly. Pace of the round is very much stalled. Louis is starting to creep his way up the red stairs, trying to clear out those positions, but he's the only one really in. I do see one player actually drop down the red hatch, but they've only got one area of the map in their control. Everything else is Rachel's. They honestly do not really need to do much. They just need to hold down the positions they already have and really just wait out Not Weaves to actually do something.
I'm a little curious because I'm starting to see. I'm starting to see clearly now that was a frost trap. That was unfortunate. Oh, poor Panday. And almost another player potentially getting taken out by a C4. Luckily not. Panday is picked up, able to recover from the frost mat. Still it's a precarious situation to be in, having a player of that caliber, with their ability going down that early. So luckily Nomad's still here on the board. 50 seconds here left on this particular round, and still no solid control as Dan goes down. Louis does get a kill, so trying to even things up, but Rachel's just lighting up the board with their own kills. HUD is now down but not out, and Panday's really the only one up that can do any work here. But the flank, we've said this multiple times, that is what's going to be detrimental here on Cafe. And that gives Rachel one more round. It is 6-4. We are still on match point.
And I'm curious what the game plan is from Weaves at the moment, because, well, the first two rounds, well, only one round really, they've looked like they had a good clear plan of what they wanted to do. They cleared out those positions, they got the intel they needed, and then they executed. Since then, they don't seem to have a clear idea of what they want to do. It seems like they just have baseline goals that they're trying to set throughout the round, and then just, other than that, they don't know what else to do. Because in that round, it was like, okay, let's clear out red, clear out piano, let's see maybe where we go from there, and then didn't really get much done. And then it became, okay, well, let's see if we can take train. Well, you didn't clear out anything over in train, so Monkey is actually just able to just shoot everyone that tries to walk on in. So, like, Weebs are just all of a sudden struggling to get anything going, and really, I think it comes down to just improper, like, planning on their part.
I'm not sure if it's improper planning, and the reason why I'm going to kind of challenge you on that, Sirius, is the core of their team, they're pretty smart, and they also have Dan. Dan, gotta go back to what we mentioned earlier, that FPL warrior. So he has enough game sense to kind of know what's gonna happen. However, I'm just wondering if it's just more of a breakdown in communication. But, I talk about Dan, and Dan gets the first kill on the board. Let's go, let's go, Dan. Come on, show us what you're made of. But it looks like that may have been a potential spawn peek, and Dan just was like, nah, that's my job.
Nobody can beat me on spawn peaks. I am the king, and you have to obey me. That is essentially what Dan's gonna be saying to Relapse. But that is the first round. They've actually got the opening kill since their last attacking win, so they're already looking much better in that regard. And Dan picks up the second onto Elsist over on Piano Corner, so they've already got so much control in their favor. They just need to start taking it.
Yes, now that's the name of the game here. They have the man advantage. They need to take space. But Millis, are you wanting? Are you doing what I think you're gonna be doing? Please, give us a little bit of excitement. But it doesn't look like it. We're gonna be moving more and more into the round. Half of the round now gone. It does look like Weaves has a little tiny bit of control, not too much. But it's coming down to these really close rounds that are just making us uncomfortable, because you have all of Weebs, which I actually think are still outside. Are they all still outside? I'm so confused. If they're just now getting into the building, this is not good. And down goes Diffuser on Skylight.
Thankfully, Hud can actually be picked back up. He did not lose his life, but Millies sees the rope. But Pandy actually gets the headshot onto Millies. The awareness was just, unfortunately, did not pay out for Millies there. And Marmalade's in a terrible spot. Does get one, but immediately gets refragged. And that's going to be the first map going to not Weebs. Finally picking up from their attacking woes to the last 2 rounds to finally connect to one more.
Oh, that was exciting to watch, Sirius. I'm honestly, when it comes to Cafe, you can't really predict exactly what's going to go down. And I loved seeing the flank game. I loved seeing both teams battle it out back and forth. No matter how close those rounds may have been, no matter how many rounds were won, those were some good rounds of Siege.
Those certainly were, and they do have the coordination to execute those rounds, even when they do kind of struggle. Like I said, their late round, like just rush into the site, possible clutch, like likelihood is very high. They've done it so many times throughout this season of TPL, so it's just gonna be really one ace up their sleeve going into Oregon, I believe.
Yeah, so Oregon will be the next map. That's going to be Not Weaves' pick. So right now, as it stands, Not Weaves won Cafe, which was Team Rachel's pick. So that's where things are going to be a little shaken up because you know this wonderful thing they call the collegiate special, Sirius?
Refresh my memory. What is this?
So the collegiate special is something known as when each team wins each other's map pick and you go to map 3. Hopefully that's not the case. But a map like Oregon, it is always the potential. But even more so, we're going to take a little break because we're going to get the players in the lobby and we're going to get ready for Oregon. So we'll see you back in just a couple minutes.
Do not fear the sun in your eyes. Do you feel like you want it tonight? But when we're talking, it's shameful to you. Got me feeling so cold in the winter. Got our feet at the door for the summer. It's just that we don't got no place to go. And we don't talk about it. Do not fear that we're moving so hasty like the old days. So take a chance, we'll keep our heads out the ocean blue. But when we're talking, it's shameful to you. Got me feeling so cold in the winter. Got our feet at the door for the summer. It's just that we don't got no place to go. And we don't talk about it. And we don't talk about it.
Team Rachel's flawless streak has finally been snapped by Not Weaves on Cafe. And very quickly now, we are going to move into Oregon as the next pick, which is Not Weaves. So, Rachel, on the back foot. Blaze, what are your thoughts going into this next map?
Well, I do have quite a few thoughts. I have quite a few do's and don'ts for each team. Um, Weebs, play patient, play coordinated, get your intel. Oregon is a map that anybody can play, and it's either going to go good or it's going to go bad. There's usually no in between. Now, as far as the don'ts, don't leave yourself exposed. Dan, I'm looking at you. You tend to leave your back exposed to easy runouts, stuff like that. Put yourself in a better place whenever you're doing those little droning tactics. Also, we need to see players stop feeding ones. They need to play more coordinated, swing off each other, get more refrags. Now, when it comes to Rachel, I don't have too many don'ts because they are playing it well. They're just getting countered very well as well. That was a lot of wells. But continue the flank game. The flank game, it works. It throws Weebs off of their pedestal, and it causes quite a bit of damage.
And I would add on to that, just don't play nervous against Not Weaves, because when you play confident against them, they don't really know how to counter it that well. And when you do give them a lot of contention, they seem to really struggle. And that's my big point going into this next map, is you're going to have a lot of contention points to really slow down the attack of Not Weebs. So really, that's going to be the important thing going in, as we see Nook coming off the board once again.
Nook's very smart coming from the team. However, that is the smarter when it comes to the flanks. So interesting to see that Nook come off the board. But first ban from Not Weebs, I'm curious where this is going to go. Looks like the Flores, very smart. Kind of a typical ban that you could see on a map like Oregon, but I do feel like it is a little bit more methodic here because you did just see Team Rachel use Flores fairly frequently and actually used it very well to clear utility. But Azami is going to be the next one off the board, the first defensive ban, and looks like no throwing Kiva barriers and creating cheeky lines of sight and protective barriers.
Yeah, once again, just making sure that there's going to be less utility to clear overall, and Mira, just a very influential operator on this map in particular, is going to be no longer available to the side of the defense. So you're going to have to find your ways to deny attackers elsewhere, which usually shouldn't be that difficult, but there are other options. And it does seem, at least initial looks, I'm wondering if actually Rachel is going to be going for a roam up above in meeting, since we do see the castle from Relapse.
Well, yeah, not just that, Sirius, but you got to also point out the Solus and the Oryx, because the Solus and the Oryx also usually indicate multiple individuals going out for a roam as well, because Oryx jumps through hatches. We all know this. Nobody needs a class on how to play Oryx, but it just makes sense because those early bits of intel that the Solus can get as far as the push goes, you do have to go out and roam for that a bit. So if they could coordinate this could be really disgusting, especially on a, when you're all the way down in basement, that laundry supply area. You could almost stop any push if you have the proper intel and coordination from your roamers.
And that was one big thing we mentioned in Not Weaves really struggling, was just their general intel game. If rounds they really struggled were rounds they had only like 2 drones or less. And so seeing an operator like Solus, an operator who is built to basically deny intel from the attackers, is going to be so influential from this round. And it looks like they're already trying to get more active in this round than they have been in the previous few.
Yeah, that's where the tide is going to turn here. We're already into the round. 30 seconds 30 seconds have already elapsed, and it does look like we're seeing quite the wiggly Team Rachel here, but some small bits of map control already being attempted by Louis. It looks like Louis is going to want to take out this castle barrier and potentially push that whoever's in servers, try to get an early pick. But one of the big things that we have to kind of point out here is the fact that Dan is getting a little bit of aggressive here. I'm not quite sure what the intention here is, but Louis does get the first kill on the board. That's potentially going to be that player in servers, and Marm is going to take out Dan, but being traded immediately by Louis. Beautiful coordination there, but you know, I spoke too soon. The player in servers was still there, decided to drop down into freezer and, you know, try to regroup with his team.
I mean, that was a great pinch coming from Louis and Dan. Dan did die in that engagement, but Louis set that old engagement up, just clearing out that bottom white stairs area and just walked right on up and eliminating both of those top floor roamers. Just that's so much control now gone from the side of Rachel. And really, Louis is the one who set that up, just doing that one small task of just clearing out that one area. Really big play coming from such a small task.
And that's really what it comes down to. A lot of the times when you're actually looking at teams and how they're playing things and what they need to do is just those little tiny fundamental things that can turn, like, just change everything. But it is a 4v3 situation, great situation for Notweaves to be in, especially since they're here on the attack. They could just coordinate, start pushing, doing what they need to do. But what is Relapse doing? What is he doing?
Oh.
Is he getting a little cheeky here? He
Oh.
knows that there's a player here. Is he going to be able to get Louis? He does. Takes down Louis just off of pure sneakiness.
Oh no!
And gets HUD as well. Oh my goodness. 30 seconds here left here on the clock. It's literally kill or be killed, and Weebs are just going down person by person. Xer's looking to try to see what he can do. He's got the diffuser, but being smoked off here, not too much he's going to be able to accomplish, because there's still that last canister, which is going to last long enough to potentially get him down. He does get one additional kill, but Relapse is just absolutely a menace in this first round, and that first round goes to Team Rachel.
I mean, we mentioned how they took control of the top floor so early on, but one thing they did not do was actually clear out tier 3 at all. They just left Relapse all alone and just seemed to pay him no mind. It's like they thought, okay, well, we killed 2 players. Surely there isn't anybody else. And once again, lack of intel really bites Notweaves late into the round. And just one small thing of just, all right, we're just going to ignore tier 3 really cost them. And Relapse had such a big lurk.
I mean, that goes back to the whole thing that we were talking about, just the flanks. The flanks work against Notweaves. They just aren't prepared for them. And that's exactly what won this round, that first round. And we're going to have to see Weebs kind of adapt. Now, as far as adaptations go, I do like what we're potentially going to see from the attackers. Bringing in the Capital, those fire bolts, the smoke bolts, good ways to deter any type of rotate, or obviously use those smoke bolts in order to support a plant. So there's really so much potential on the side of attack to really see what they could possibly do, because every single operator that they're bringing has a purpose, has something they can do with it, but it's just, are they going to be able to coordinate this perfectly enough to make all of that utility work in unison?
Well, they're going to need to see if they can clear out Elsist and Marmalade, who are looking to play very aggressively over into the small tower area, reading into just this entire push. Marmalade does get droned, and she quickly falls back, but Elsist still sticking around and actually moves into an even more aggressive position. If he goes undroned, then this could be it. But he actually picks up one, but Dan refrags it. How does he get away with that?
Well, good gun skill. That's exactly how you get away with that. But also team coordination and comms. So that's where we wanted to see Weebs bring more of that team coordination out, and it was absolutely perfect. To be honest with you, that should have been 2 kills on the side of Team Rachel. But you did see Marmalade there just a second ago, going through and just being really sneaky as Millis takes down Xer. Oh, things are slowly falling apart for the Weebs, and I'm so concerned, because a map like Oregon should be a lot easier than this.
Well, Marmalade catches Dan in her Pokeball, and he is done for the round. He'll have to be summoned back in the next time we see him. But unfortunately, yeah, like you mentioned, unfortunately, this whole entire round has fallen apart. And once again, just lack of intel, just seemingly not really favoring Weebs. Just seemed like they caught off guard that Elsis was even there. And now they have nothing to work with. Only 3 drones, but everyone is dead. Panday actually can't even drone himself in. He's just going to have to essentially take a small timeout, try to recollect and figure out what is going on with his team.
Yeah, no, taking kind of a pseudo tactical timeout here now that you have like a whole minute here left in the round to really talk together as a team without having to use that timeout is such an advantage because you can regroup, kind of figure out exactly what fell apart. And really, it comes down to that checklist that I mentioned like in our little mini pre-show. You know, get your intel, play off of each other, and stop playing so solo and feeding ones. If they could just get those 3 boxes checked off, they would be able to accomplish so much more.
Well, unfortunately, they're not following your checklist. Seems that a lot of the things that were working super well on Cafe are just not clicking right now. And unfortunately, just not doing the homework that they really need to do throughout the round is just making Weeb seem like they just have no clue what to do throughout the rounds. They constantly seem to struggle just with information and just do not really keep their drones alive throughout the round. Because three drones left, that's not great. You consistently leave yourself with little info and you have nothing to work with. That really needs to improve.
It does. And one thing I would really like to see out of Dan and Co. Is I would like to see kind of like a modified rush. There's this strat that I've had in my head for like quite a while, where you basically will take an ace, you'll take somebody with you onto balcony, you'll open up that, you know, that double wall as quickly as you can, as long as sight's all the way upstairs and bunks, and you set up cross angles fairly early, and whoever just runs into those cross angles just dies as the plant goes down. I'd like to see more coordination like that, where you have to work off of each other in order to achieve that common goal, because at the end of the day, we all know that Siege, it's a 3-step program where, you know, you gather intel, you start your push, and then you go for your execute. We're not seeing those 3 clear steps out of Not Waves.
No, not at all. And somebody, even to elaborate on that even further, you have to do that in multiple parts of the map. You have to do that early round, you have to do that mid round, and then you have to do that late round. Gathering intel is an important stage throughout the round. If you lack even in one department, you're gonna struggle. So just seeing them consistently struggle throughout is a very concerning sign, which they have overcome previously if they just slow things down and start to work out the plan early on and actually coordinate as a team. But so far, we're not really seeing that. But round 3 in Cafe was when we saw Weaves start to turn the tide and actually win 6 rounds in a row. So are they going to be able to repeat that here? Or are they going to continue to struggle on Oregon?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see a potential small tower push here, as we do have 2 of the players from Not Waves already here in the building. They're looking to open up some of these walls, get some of these long angles set up, so that way they have some intel provided. Now, I don't know if they know Snows is here. They don't know Snows is here, but now they do, luckily, because they did decide to send the Yana clone in first. So that does dash any plans of getting early picks off the board. Now, Relapse takes almost all of his health off the board. I don't know if you guys can see, obviously we've got this whole beautiful UI that tells a story for you, but that's your smoke. That is your end game. That is your player that throws those smoke canisters out and is supposed to stop any last minute plant potential. That's detrimental. One more bullet, he's gone.
Oh, but Dan loses his life trying to rush up the white stairs. Marmalade able to shut that down, and nobody from Weeze actually set up to actually help him out. Louis having to rush in behind to try to make sure they keep that control, but they're starting to now kind of lose the plot here, and Louis also dies in the same position. This round is already looking over, and there's still only a minute left in the round, but Weebs do not have any control.
No, it does look like Panday is going to go ahead and get a quick kill onto Snows, but losing his life as a result. That's Diffuser down. You have to have somebody run back there and go pick that back up unless you're going to be playing for kills. 3v2 situation here with 54 seconds left here in the round. Exer does take out Millis, trying to even things up. You need one more kill, Not Weebs. Marmalade just on the Solus, just trying to hold the Weebs back. That's another player. Ellis on a triple kill at this point. I'm not seeing. I don't have much hope for Weebs at this point unless HUD just absolutely decimates Team Rachel in 27 seconds. There's the potential here, but I just don't foresee it. They're gonna hold. Not Team Rachel's gonna hold their angles. They're gonna play it slow. They're gonna make HUD run into their bullets, and that is the third round on the board for Team Rachel.
And I'm really curious as to, like, did Dan have a call saying, okay, we know a guy's over in games, let's go take him out. But then he just kind of rushed up the stairs and then just really never had a chance in that gunfight. Just got immediately picked apart because of that crossfire that Marm and the castle had set up for him. And then just nobody from Big Window is really there to really help him out. So unfortunately, just two players lose their lives in Dan and Louis because of a simple just lack of communication, just no coordination coming out from Weebs. Just everyone singling out themselves in 1v1 gunfights. And that just makes it so easy for Rachel to just clean things up.
Yeah, and I want to go back to your point about the white stairs. We had two players die on that white stairs, one being Dan, one being Louis. What that is a telltale sign to me is there was a call, like you said, probably somebody in games. But it seems like there wasn't a call made in return to teammates. Now, as somebody who has coached teams, the call to your teammates is just as important as the call made for the push. And that's because if somebody is going to take responsibility for going up white to make that connection, they need to make sure that their team knows where they are. Like, you can't play off of the outlines. You can't play off of looking for the, the gamer tag above their head or anything like that. You have to actually play it off of known information. So to me, that says Dan ran up there prematurely without calling out to his team, and then Louis freaking out because maybe he was trying to help Dan out and just wasn't able to get there in time.
We won't know unless we're actually tuning into Dan's stream. I believe he's actually doing that right now. So if you want a little bit of insight into Not Weeb's attacks, go look at him, but don't go anywhere. Just stay here as well. Just a little bit of extra information. But seeing a little bit of information gathered for Weebs as Louis surges on the white stairs, similar to what he did last time, but Dan's not in the same position to try to go for that pinch. Lot of intel being gathered, but nothing to actually do with it. Millie's just holding a tight angle to try to see if he can take out Dan. Just misses out on his opportunity, and he's actually taken out by Louis in a little bit of a bait there.
I mean, sometimes you gotta bait your teammates in order to get the job done, right? But Snows is going to essentially take out Louis with a beautiful placed C4. It is over half the round is now gone. And we still have Exer outside with the diffuser. And the rest of his team is inside trying to push as hard as they can to get where they need to go in order to try to do this execute. They have a minute to do so, and Dan's doing his best. He's trying to Yana clone things out, and Relapse is just he's ready. He's ready for somebody to push him at that point. When you're holding stairs like that, you know exactly what's going to happen. It does look like they're not Weebs are going to potentially do an E-box push here, but Relapse, if he plays this smartly, and it looks like one of his teammates has his back on the default cam. Oh, Dan just knew. Dan's a knower. He just knew.
Does he actually know? Because Relapse is still sitting here, and nobody from Weebs is trying to clear his position. He could go for another late flank like he did in the last round. Snow's taking down Panday. That's a lot of that freezer pressure gone. It's just up to Exer and HUD to try to clear out this laundry area. Dan seemingly just kind of off on his own, possibly looking to go for a backstab. And that's exactly what he's doing. They are surging their way in. But Dan is actually going to get 2 kills on the backside. It's a 2v2, but Marmalade picks up 2 for herself. And Dan is just going to have to go down the long hole, but there is intel on his position. He has nothing to do, and there's little time. He can't find the kills, and unfortunately, looked like a good execute coming out from not Weebs, but an even better counter from Rachel.
Oh, poor Dan. You can't run into a shotgun like that. You're never going to win. Just saying. I mean, unless you're running into a shotgun in a bunker war against me, I'm probably gonna whiff. But up to Kicks dorms and dorms main hall, we're into round 5. 2 more rounds until we swap sides. And at this rate, Team Rachel is just running away with it. I'm just wondering if things are gonna kind of change once we swap sides here. But at that point, if Rachel goes up 6 rounds, that is so hard to come back from. It's not impossible, but it's so hard to do. And Rachel's just playing their game well. They're playing Siege the way they know how to play, and it's just not Weaves just continue to just struggle with the coordination.
Well, we mentioned it that one of the key things we wanted to see from Rachel was to get more aggressive in the map, and that's exactly what they've been doing. They've been contesting them at almost every single entry point, not letting Weaves get any comfortable ground whatsoever. And just they're playing so smart throughout this game. They're wasting so much time from Weaves, making them have to drone almost every corner of the map to make sure that they know exactly where they are. And just unfortunately, they're doing a really good job of it in Weebs. One of the big things they struggle with is just being read into. And unfortunately, they're looking to run away with it.
Yeah, it's those fundamental things that we've been just hinting on all night tonight. Just not talking to your teammates, not coordinating, not pushing together, just those really strong foundations that you need to have as a Siege team. It just seems like there's some cracks in that foundation. And that's what's causing a really big situation for not Weebs. And like, I hate to constantly like go back and just kind of like be this broken record, but we can't stress it enough. Like, when you're going into these leagues and you're going to play, for money or for, notoriety or anything like that, like, you've got to make sure you're bringing your A game here. And I'm kind of a little curious here. This looks like a certain strategy that I may have been talking about earlier. Maybe a little modified version of it, but it kind of looks like it.
Oh, and HUD actually gets the first kill onto Relapse, clearing out that entire trophy position. Still going to be a little bit in favor of Rachel as far as just holding down that angle, but that's the first step gone, and now, actually, Snows is going to be in a terrible spot because he's all stuck, and now he's dead because he was cornered. All because of that thermite wall actually being open, and now Elsis, trying to actually reinforce that attic wall, is now going to be downed.
Oh, downed, but not quite out. He still has teammates that might be able to pick him up, but just where he's at, not a good situation. Marm's really going to have to work pretty hard in order to get her teammate up, but HUD said, no ma'am, no Marm. It's not happening. But Marm comes back swinging against Louis, trying to get additional kills on the board. It is a 3v2 situation, 55 seconds left here on the clock. Marm is lighting up the kill feed right now, just not taking no for an answer until met with Panday's bullets. So that is Marm now off the board. 2v1 situation. Village does not have a lot of health left here, just really needs to play the game, but Xer wants to play a game of his own and takes Millis out. That is the first official round on the board from Not Weebs.
It wasn't a clean round towards the end of it, but it was a much better executed round. They went through the proper steps and did it as a team instead of just individual efforts. They realized, okay, well, we need to clear a trophy. All right, well, we also need to clear out the position over towards gains. Did that. And then just from there, just clear out the rest of Rachel and just move your way to try to get into a clear plant spot. And they did that beautifully, and little effort was really had for Weebs to do so. It was just more Rachel kind of overextending themselves in certain positions and just not really giving the respect due to Weebs that they really deserve. So playing overconfident in that round just kind of cost Rachel towards the early end, and Marmalade, great effort, but just unfortunately just too much of a tidal wave to try to deal with.
I mean, Marm put in the work, and it was a round that really should have belonged to Rachel, but I mean, Not Weebs, they're not ready to rest just yet. They're not ready to give up just yet. Now, perfect situation here would be Not Weebs taking this round, making it 4-2 split. That is the typical thing that we would want, even in scrims and stuff like that. A 4-2 split is generally what you want. But it's all going to come down to just those things we've been beating our beautiful chat with all night. It's just the coordination. If you make sure your coordination is on point, you can do so much. And once again, it does look like we're going for another small tower push here, but some early damage done onto Xer as he was trying to push. Looks like main, I want to say.
Seeming like they're kind of go back to what they were going to do originally before Elsist, and Marmalade actually cleared out that entire push very early on. So seemingly, Millie's actually getting the first kill onto Louis, going from the Green Hall flank. That's already going to be a bad start for Weebs, just not realizing that he's still over in that area. But now they're gonna have to go clear him out pretty soon, and that's a good start from HUD to get the kill onto Relapse.
Yeah, beautiful angle there being held from the outside to go and clear things out. Xer's just ready to put in some work as Millie's also goes down, but Marm has been absolutely scary on the Solus, being able to get early information and opening up these top floor angles in order to try to take some of the players of the Weaves out. But are we seeing another situation like we saw previously? Dan is on the white stairs, but does Dan have enough information to know if he can properly push us? It looks like... Oh, did you see that, Sirius? Did you see HUD? HUD was with Dan. They're listening.
They're actually going for a proper coordinated push. This is a beautiful game plan and a even more beautiful nade from Dan to get Snows off the board. Marmalade and Elsist all alone, and one of them on such low HP. Marmalade looking like they want to do the exact same play, just hold down all the games on her own and try to hold off the world. But she's going to be very quickly taken down, as Elsist is going to be burned alive in kids, and he has nothing more to do other than just be blinded and hope and pray that he can get one, but is very quickly traded.
Well, I mean, he killed Dan. He got one.
But
one wasn't enough. Yeah, one wasn't enough in that situation, because that's what we were talking about with the Capital being a very smart operator to pick, because you can essentially stall and just stop the defenders from trying to swing back around and just, flank you. If you're able to stop those flanks, you can essentially hold those defenders in place. But speaking of defenders, not Weaves, this is their first round on defense. We're going to see how the tides may turn here, as things could shake up the scoreboard.
And HUD, once again, going over onto the Goyo. Stalling is going to be the name of the game, and it seems like there's going to be a lot of util for Rachel to try to clear. There's just so much on the board in terms of utility that they're going to have to deal with throughout the round. So we're just going to have to see if they have the proper setup for this. And a rush is actually going to be denied, at least to start off with, thanks to the little small Banshee placement coming out from Louis, just to make sure that nobody can actually go down that blue tunnel very quickly.
5 seconds remaining.
No, I absolutely love rushes. All when we go down to laundry and supply, just because that's when you get to see, the blitz brought out. Sometimes you'll see a Monty play brought out. We all know I love my shields, but honestly, bunker is one of the most aggressive areas that you can push whenever you do a rush, but it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing that come out of Team Rachel. It looks like Team Rachel just kind of wants to play it a little bit more safe, and safe is what whoever is hanging out, I think it's Louis, is trying to do, because he knows, go ahead and get his couple shots, fall back, and make sure that he saves the life, but prepping that, almost taking out Relapse. That was so close. That's the kind of gameplay you need to see. Get your shots, put your body in a safe place, get your teammate on it, and, don't die.
Well, Exer is actually going to try to back up Louis, and he's able to take down Relapse for the first kill. He's actually kind of try to see if he can make his way back down to the laundry stairs. And because Snows is actually on a drone, I don't think he was actually aware that that was a possibility. Marmalade trying to get him on the walk back, but unfortunately misses all her shots. So now Exer has actually made his way back to site, and Weebs is pretty much full 5 up.
Located a bomb.
So, unfortunately, my co-commentator has actually muted herself,
Whoops.
I think, on accident. So,
Oh,
hey, there
whoops.
she is. Whoops. That was unexpected. Anyways, Marmalade is actually dead off the board, and Snow's having to recover the diffuser from outside, and Rachel looking like they're just going to spread out all across the board and see if they can go for maybe a pinch over down towards the backside of this a bomb site. Blaze, we're looking like a very quick execute, and Dan's getting flashed out.
Oh, no, no, no. HUD going down. Flashes are going left and right. People hiding in Harry Potter. That is what you see in these last ending seconds of these rounds. It is a 2v2 situation. Weaves would be smart here to just hold these angles and deny these pushes. As I say that, Ellis does go down, leaving Millis the only one on the board. 2v1, it is totally doable, but with 15 seconds here left on the round, anything can happen. Intel has to be spot on. These angles have to be spot on. Millis is possibly going to catch one of the Weebs off guard here. Is he going to do it? Yes! Exer goes down, gets killed, but time was the sixth player. And not Weebs wins the round on a something that they have no control over.
Just not enough time left on the board for him to actually get that clutch off the board. He was really close, and just if maybe just a 2 seconds earlier, he maybe was able to get that clutch off. But alas, Rachel really struggling to clear out some of those positions, and just really good crossfires being held from not Weebs to make sure that they had all the control they needed to hold down that round. And like you mentioned, that's pretty much 3 rounds in a row for Weebs. They're looking to try to see if they can make a mount a comeback and actually give Rachel a fight for their money.
Now, I gotta point out how that last round ended. I know we just talked about it, but time. That was the only thing that Weebs had on their side. The only thing. Because that was such a perfect flank onto Panday. Such a perfect, they had no clue that Millis was coming up on them. And like you said, just 2 seconds could have been the determining factor for that. And that's terrifying. But do you see what I see? I see a blitz. I see a rush.
Yeah, and this is an even more interesting hold from not Weaves over onto the small tower. I'm wondering if they're actually just going to try to completely ignore this and go for the backside. Snow's struggling to shoot a cam, but just gathering a lot of intel. It's a lot of people just droning things out, making sure they have a lot of reads onto some of these positions from not Weebs. But it's a very slow period, just not a lot happening. But actually, they're going to rotate to try to take this head on. But they're going to have to deal with a lot of utility set up from Weebs to try to hold this down. This is the main focus of their entire bomb site. So Blaze, they're going to really struggle if they cannot clear this out.
I'm slightly confused on how this is going to be a fruitful rush. Because you have a half of the round gone, and no rush has been attempted. You just have, obviously, Panday, who's going to be hanging out in small tower, does go down, but does get one of the players as well, so that's going to be your blitz. So that's rush aborted at that point. And then HUD's going to follow things up and try to help out his teammate and get an additional player, which is going to be relapse. So this, honest to God, this is a completely failed rush attempt from Rachel, because you wasted too much time to start pushing this rush. You just can't waste time like that, because it looked like it was potentially going to be a double window, and then you just rush down into set. I don't even know at this point, because why would you even push that if you were going to do a rush onto kitchen?
And I'm just curious as to why they thought, okay, minute's gone, let's go over to small tower and try to actually clear that out instead of just avoid it. That is like the main focus of this entire setup, so why would you go into their stronghold when it's really in their favor to do so? So just maybe a small misread in that regard from Rachel. And unfortunately, just an even more times being wasted. Only 3 drones left in pocket, and they seemingly have no control anywhere. They're just going to have to see if they can maybe force their way upstairs and just hop in white.
And hop into white and met with a shotgun. That's exactly what we just witnessed. Marmalade goes down at the hands of Exer. Exer just doing some work. I'm telling you, don't give that man a shotgun and a C4. Dan's gonna obviously round out the round with his own kill of the kill of his own. And that is another round in the hands of Not Weebs. Are we seeing a comeback, serious?
I mean, it's to be expected on a map like this. Oregon is certainly a defensive stronghold, and just it's really in their favor to try to actually take the lead here for the first time. So it's not out of the question that they may have the advantage going into their round number 9. But right now, Rachel just a lot of that aggression we saw early on just seemingly not really there anymore. They don't have a clear idea of what they're trying to do. No real coordinated pushes, just kind of haphazard ideas that seem well on concept, but not really well executed, unfortunately. And they're really struggling to get any rounds going on their attacks.
No, I wholeheartedly agree with you on that, because it seems like they're falling into that same pattern that they did on Cafe. And what was it you called? Almost being like scared. Once a big part of their coordination dies, it's almost like that confidence dies as well. Because as soon as the blitz went down, it was like, oh, what do we do now? Well, you should have thought about that before the blitz even went down, because you already lost half of the round. And oh my, Relapse just can't win on Oregon right now, because almost going down to 1 HP in a dream. Like, that's not where you want to be on a Yana with not even 30 seconds into the round.
And who's the main culprit? It's Dan.
Yes.
Dan, of course, is just getting really active. We haven't seen him actually do too much to get super aggressive in these rounds. And finally, he's actually starting to feel himself and feeling the courage to go for the early peak, and nearly got rewarded for it.
Yeah, but you know, you have seen players clutch off of less health than that.
That is certainly the case, and unfortunately, Exer just gets away with his life as Relapse misses his first nade, misses with his second, but now they have kitchen control. Given over from Not Weebs, and Millies may look to get another nade kill from below. So they're looking to see if they can try to clear out some of these positions. Clear out kids, I think, is going to be their main goal. Try to see if they can clear that out and make their way over into the default plan of quad. They are certainly droning that out, making sure they have all the intel of where these positions are. They do actually get a good read on kids is clear. They can actually go for this kind of push, but Louis gets the first kill onto Snows.
Beautiful kill at that. Now, remember, there's only one grenade left here on the board for the side of Team Rachel. And as I say that, more kills are flurrying on the board. Exer's going to get a kill on to Ellis, but no nades now are on the board. None. So there's going to be no attempts at trying to get any of that vertical play out with those nades. So they have only one option here, and that's going to be to push site. You have your diffuser in hand. You have the ability to do this, but you have a minute left. A minute you can do so much with if you have what you need to get things done. Flashes are going to start ringing out. Dan's going to start getting kills. It is a 1v5 situation. We may be seeing a beautiful flawless round come out of Not Weebs, but it's all going to depend on what Marm wants to do. Is Marm going to get aggressive? Is Marm going to, kind of like stand up and do what they need to do for the team? Or are they going to rotate? It does look like they're going to rotate up here, up white stairs, but Marm's going to walk right into a potential crossfire. No flawless round's going to come out from Not Weebs, but Marm just doesn't have much wiggle room to do anything. It's just a difficult situation to be in when Not Weebs is coming back from the ashes. We're seeing Not Weebs just do what they need to do in order to get these round wins, and Marm's just in a precarious situation where Louis did go down, but Dan cleaned up right afterwards. Could you imagine seeing a team bunch up like that and potentially losing the round?
That would be hilarious, for one.
It would be.
It would be. 5 rounds in a row is going to prompt a Rachel timeout, seemingly not having a good idea of, well, we need to slow down, play to our strengths. do what we were doing before we lost the plot. And now all of a sudden, Weebs taking the lead for the first time on this map. And unfortunately, Rachel, again, not seeming like they have a clear idea of a good coordinated push. Like I mentioned, they cleared out all of kids. Hey, we have all this control. We can maybe go for a quad plant. Where's Diffuser? All the way on Armory Stairs. It's been dropped because that Diffuser carrier was just all alone. There was nobody to back him up. And now they all have to rotate to go pick it up and waste all that time that they had set up to clear those positions that now Weebs can just retake because, well, it was given up. And just because of that small little bit of just miscommunication, that's Weebs just taking another round that maybe should have gone Rachel's way if they had properly set it up.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've seen both of the teams do this. They've just had these little breakdowns in their foundation, those cracks, as I said previously, where just things got weak. But one thing I have to say, and I'm just going to kind of go back on it, we're seeing Not Weebs be very powerful on the defense. They have been doing fantastic on the defense here on Oregon and just doing their due diligence and doing, like, we're going back to those little lists of 3 things. When you're a defensive team, you have 3 jobs: stall, stop, or wow, I can't even think of the last one. I guarantee you somebody I've coached is going to be in the chat and they're going to correct me on it. Slow, stop, stall. That's what it is. Last one's stall. And that's literally the job of the defender. You're protecting your site. You want to slow them down. You either want to stall them completely out, or you just want to stop them. You don't want them in your territory. And that's what Not Weebs is doing fantastic here on Oregon.
Dan looking to get very aggressive early on into the round. Louis following it up. It's just going to be a bit matter of just territory control coming out from Weebs and Rachel. Millies is able to take tier 3 control very quickly, just holding that down that entire flank, just making sure that he can possibly go for a little bit of a backstab later on. But they still have to deal with Louis over in showers. He's just holding down this entire area and is able to fall back, waste a bit of time. But Elsist on the Dokkaebi is going to have a bit of an idea of where these players are just with a 1 phone call.
Yeah, Elsist. Oh, wanting to go up against the menace that is Louis. That's a little scary. First kill is going to come out on the board, though. That's going to be Xer versus Relapse. Relapse is going to go down. I feel like we've seen this time and time again where Relapse is kind of the first person to go down on Rachel. It's kind of predictable at this point, but just an unfortunate situation. But Ellis, I'm telling you, Louis not going to give up this position. Louis is going to wait for Ellis to push in, and Louis wants that kill. He's craving it, almost like he's hungering it. But luckily, Ellis is a little bit smart here and rotates around.
Millies is in a good position to try to pinch out Dan. It seems they're wanting to try to take meeting control as fast as possible. Drones are coming out. They know exactly where he is. It's just a matter of when he pinches him out, and that's when it is. Dan loses his life over in meeting, but wasted a lot of time up there. Minute left on the board, roughly, and still not a ton of control for Rachel. They still need to open up some of the hatches and start to make their way down into the bomb site. Bracer control is going to be 1 point of contention. Elsis is going to be the first one to take the engagement and gets downed. Can be picked up, but nobody is there to pick him up, and Louis actually gets him with a Pokeball. Unfortunate that he's just gonna be now gone from the rest of the round.
Unfortunate for Team Rachel indeed, but we still have 4 players on the board for Not Weebs, and they are not playing around whatsoever. We do see HUD prepping a C4 here. Is he going to potentially use it? I don't know. Maybe he was feeling a little cheeky, but doesn't look like they're going to commit to it just yet. But I do believe Team Rachel is going to use this E-Box as their potential push. They're going to drop it, run into sight, try to find a good space to actually plant things down and see if they can confirm it. But Marm already running down the back stairs trying to get set up for this push. Xer had Snows right in their sight. And did Panday literally just come out of Harry Potter? Was he hiding there the whole time? But Millis trying to get the last kill. But guess what was on Not Weeb's side once again? Time wins again for Not Weebs.
Weebs seeming like they just have the right answers for their own defensive half, and Rachel struggling even after a timeout to find a round. And that was not convincing even for a second that it was going to go in their favor. Only one moment did they have a proper coordinated push, and that was to clear out Dan in meeting. Since then, it was just a lot of, okay, well, we're running out of time. We need to start going for the side execute. All right, let's spread out, try to pinch them all from all sides. All right, well, you didn't clear out Harry Potter. You didn't clear out E-Box. You didn't clear out the positions you really needed to a lot earlier on in the round. And that really comes down to not really clearing out any of those roamers in a significant amount of time. You let them waste your time, and now you are left with nothing but seconds to go in. And unfortunately, Weebs on match point on their own map pick, looking like they're going to try to take this in 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, and I believe that's what, 3 rounds now we've had based off time? 3 rounds. And if I'm not mistaken, Team Rachel got the quote-unquote last kill before time ran out as well. That's impressive, coming from a team that has struggled with coordination and just adaptability. Like, that is something that is almost luck, if you really want to go about it that way. But Weebs has the potential to do it again. This is match point. This is do or die for Weebs. If they lose 2 more rounds, we go to overtime. And that's when it's almost like a fight to the death. That's where mentals get chalked. That's where things get stressful. Do they want to go to overtime? Billies. Dan's first one off the board.
And that really came down to Millie's very aggressively taking ground over and towards games, realizing not Weebs just gave it all to him, and just reading that perfectly that there might be a flank coming out from Attic, and read that perfectly. And unfortunately, not Weebs already down a man pretty early on into the round, 1 minute gone. They're still looking to hold down their positions, but top floor is going to be in favor of Rachel, looking to just completely ignore their small tower setup, realizing that that was the mistake last time and just going to completely avoid it.
Absolutely. And losing Dan, who's on the Oryx, that's detrimental. That is your deep roamer. That's the person that you want to be able to stay up, get those early shots out, do a little bit of damage, maybe not get a kill, but just stall out. And alas, you don't have the Oryx anymore. So we're already seeing Snows and crew trying to get, you know, the walls open, coordination happening, seeing them play off of each other, play off their drones. This is the siege that you want to see come out of a competitive team. But Milius does try to take out Louis, but Panday is just ready and willing to go ahead and get that refrag onto his teammate. So even though it's a 2v2 situation, things are just going to come down to the wire. We have 53 seconds here left in the round. Ellis is looking to go in. He wants to try to attempt this plant. He's got the Lion, but no calls left. Unable to stall the Weebs from doing what they need to do. But Exer goes out by a Claymore. Such an unfortunate situation. 36 seconds here. Panday, absolutely psycho on the shotgun, but Snows knew exactly where they were on white. It's coming down to just seconds, and it looks like Rachel, they're not playing any more games now. They're ready to take these additional rounds.
Looked like they realized, okay, we just need to take down ground quickly. Just Millie's not wasting any time clearing out so much of that map control for his team and getting some of those flanks down almost immediately really cleared the way for Rachel to just take that round. And unfortunately for Weebs, they made a good effort in trying to come back, but just really good setup from Rachel just really denied that entire retake potential. And we're going to need all 12 rounds of regulation. Maybe overtime is on the cards here, Blaze. I'm really wondering, is Rachel finally starting to piece together what they need to do? Or is Weebs gonna realize, okay, we just gave away 1 round. That's not a big deal. We know what to do. We're just gonna put this away here.
I'm not sure. It's really 50-50 because we've seen both of these teams do exactly that. We've seen, Rachel take advantage of not Weeb's just, lack of paying attention with flanks. And that's worked fantastic for Rachel. But we've also seen not Weebs realize that when Rachel falls apart, they get scared and they can use that advantage to delay time and win off of time. So it's really truly that 50-50 situation here. And if Weebs are going to play this correctly, they need to play off each other. Dan needs to slow down. He needs to realize that he's not the only one on his team that can get these kills and that he's got support from his teammates. Is he going to do that? I don't know. We're not seeing that early spawn peak, but still we see him wiggling. HUD here is going to be hanging out here in tower. Is he going to potentially get the first pick on the board? We won't know until it happens.
Well, it seems that he's either going to get the first pick or he's going to be the first pick. Relapse actually holding off his cutoff, making sure that tier 3 is essentially going to be Rachel's at some point in the round. And HUD is looking like he's going to be pinched out in just a few seconds. They know exactly where he's at. It's just a matter of time until this pinch comes out. Relapse going for the swing and catches HUD completely off guard. And now tier 3 is in their complete favor. And Attic Wall is actually opened and for Rachel's taking.
Oh, this is where things are going to start getting very sticky for the Weebs. Xer's going to have to hold his ground. If he's smart, he's going to call a teammate over to him to help kind of support. But it looks like Rachel's already ready to coordinate themselves and do some dirty work of their own. Marmalade in Armory here, prepping a grenade, seeing if they can maybe get a kill. If not, destroy some utility. Nothing comes as a result of that. Throws another one. Actually gets Louis to move and takes out Louis. So it is a 5v3 situation, but it's a minute and 15. There's still some damage that the Weebs can do as Xer takes out a player, but gets refragged by one of the Team Rachel players. Things are just going crazy right now, and it looks like we're potentially going into overtime.
Certainly looking like that. Just a beautiful set of coordination coming out from Rachel just to shut down any sort of push from Weebs. Just denying any of their aggressive plays. And unfortunately, Panday and Dan are just going to be all alone, separated. Panday gets the first kill onto Monkey, Elsist. And Snows actually is going to go down to Dan. Dan gets super aggressive through the main breach and actually takes down Marmalade. What was looking like an overtime for sure is all of a sudden going to be gone. Millie's alone, top of White Stairs. They have to know that he's here. They're going to be setting up this crossfire. Panday actually moves over deeper into kids. Gonna try to set this up. Everyone from Hot Weeds getting antsy, but Panday actually finishes it off. That's gonna be 6-4 going to Not Weebs. And what a beautiful retake coming from those two players. What an incredible job from them.
Oh my goodness, that was something we were not anticipating because that was a situation that had such a major advantage over Team Rachel, and Team Rachel just wasted it. I'm telling you, simple things like pre-firing, the one that was an addict that got taken down by Xer, just a simple pre-fire could have taken down that addict player.
I mean, it seemed that they just kind of got separated towards the end of that. They had set up themselves really well early on from the early to mid-late round. But then just all of a sudden, that coordination that we were highlighting pretty early on just all of a sudden went away. It's like, okay, well, now they're starting to get aggressive. All right, let's try to get that refrag. Well, now they're already gone. And now we've already lost bodies. And now it's just in a terrible position. And really, it just comes down to Dan and Panday just really getting aggressive and finding the kills they needed.
Absolutely. And I have to say, that was probably one of the more exciting matches on Oregon I've seen in quite a while, because usually Oregon can be kind of boring for us casters. But just to give you guys a little bit of a heads up, we will have more games coming to TPL tomorrow, as we will be seeing Lycus Empire actually taking the stage and doing some battle tomorrow night. It's going to be same time, same place. And you know what, Sirius? Thank you for joining me tonight. It's been a hot minute since we've been able to share the casting desk together.
It certainly has been, and I can't wait to get back into it again. Once again, what an incredible set of games today. We apologize for the delays from server issues, but we hope you enjoyed, and good night.